going now, is it? Okay. Thank you to everyone, and apologies for the slightly delayed start. What I'll do is I'll run through today's agenda. I'll start running through today's agenda. And the first item is welcome and apologies. So welcome to everyone, and thanks for taking time to join us today. And for those of you that are speaking to the papers, I'll just remind you gently at the outset that we've got a large agenda today. Every item is valuable and needs proper consideration, but please take the papers as read, draw out the main themes and highlights, and then allow time for discussion, debate, and for you to answer questions. I have one apology today, which is Katerina Casper. I don't think I have any other apologies. No. Moving on to 1.2, which is the declarations of interest and connections, and there's been none provided in advance of the meeting. Does that remain the case? Okay, 1.3, which is the public minute from the September committee meeting, and this is for approval. So subject to any comments that anybody may have or amendments, I'll be happy to approve. Karen?
It was just to say that, yeah, it was just to say that I think Mary's joined via telephone.
Yes,
so
I have. Yes, I have. I didn't want to interrupt Alistair, but yes, I've been able to join online on the phone, but I'm still trying to get in online.
Yeah. Well, thanks for that, Mary. Appreciate you joining us.
No
and hopefully
problem.
your online connection will improve.
Absolutely. Hopefully, I'll just keep trying every few minutes. Thank you.
Okay. So are we happy to approve the minutes?
Yes.
Yeah. Okay. And moving on to 1.4, which is the action log and any matters arising. There's 12 actions proposed for closure and 12 actions remain ongoing. Has anybody got any questions or comments in relation to the action log?
No, thank you.
Okay. Just a general comment from me. There's 24 actions in there. We're going to close 12 today, 12 remaining open. It shows how much work is undertaken in preparation for these and how much work is generated from the scrutiny that takes place at the Performance Committee, which to me speaks to the importance of ensuring the excellent work that Police Scotland does stays on that journey of continuous improvement, and it requires that scrutiny and insight. So thank you for all the work that happens there. So moving on to the substantive parts of the agenda, and the first section that we're going to cover is in relation to public confidence and partnership activity. And item 2.1 is the SAIPR annual report, and we have Dr. Liz Aston, who has come along today to speak to this paper. So I appreciate her time, and with that, I'll pass it over to Liz.
Thanks very much, Alistair. I'm going to hope that I am sharing my screen. So can you please let me know if it's working? Can you see?
Yeah.
Yeah, excellent. Okay, so is that still okay?
That's perfect.
Great. So I thought I had 10 minutes, but now I'm told to speed up to 5, so I'll do my best. So bear with me. So I'll take, well, the annual report is long. You can read it if you want to access any more detail. Just a quick reminder that SAIPR, for anyone who's not aware, that SAIPR is funded by our 15 universities, along with substantial funding from SPA and Police Scotland. And yeah, so just also a reminder of our mission, which is to support internationally excellent multidisciplinary policing research to enable evidence-informed policy and practice. We have 3 strategic research priority areas and 4 key aims around research, knowledge exchange, learning and innovation, and partnerships. So I'll just give some highlights from last year. You can dig into the annual report for more detail. With regards to research, we awarded 3 grants under the Developing Effective Policing Systems call. These are on the topics of police officers' psychological contracts, rebuilding relationships with the COVID generation, and using police data to inform child sexual exploitation and abuse protection and prevention. And you can see more detail on those in the report. We're delighted that our first grant from our Think Big Leverage Fund, which is just a small seed corn fund, led to Megan O'Neill successfully being awarded the 3.5 million euro for the Claris Consortium, which looks at preventing bias in digital forensic examination, with Police Scotland and SPA as key partners. In terms of knowledge exchange, we supported over 20 events over the last academic year, including seldom heard communities events, which I'll come back to later. In addition, a number of CYPR-funded projects were published, for example, the Collier report on influence policing, which received considerable coverage. Other notable reports are the final report and the 5 associated reports from the Independent Advisory Group on Emerging Technologies and Policing, which I chaired, and it made 18 recommendations to support the embedding of technology in policing in a manner that upholds public confidence and supports efficient and effective policing that's rights-based, transparent, ethical, socially responsible, and delivers rather than erodes social justice. More on page 84. In terms of learning and innovation, we're delighted to welcome Drs. Andrew Wolf and Andy Tatnall as new co-leads of the Education and Leadership Network. Additionally, we're pleased to appoint a new Associate Director for Development to help with postgraduate and early career portfolios, growing the next generation of policing researchers. Regarding partnerships, we were delighted to welcome our 15th university, the University of Aberdeen. We've been involved in the organisation and delivery of the Northern Policing Research webinars, sharing expertise and best practice across Finland, Sweden, Norway, Iceland, Scotland and Northern Ireland. You can find the details of those events on our website. Please do come along. Finally, Jill Emery is now chair of our International Advisory Committee, and she was awarded an honorary doctorate by Edinburgh Napier last year. In terms of our planned activities for the coming year, we are launching 2 responsive research grants, which is a call that comes from ideas from policing partners, as distinct from many of our other calls, which are often more open and led by academic applications. We're looking to support one around anti-discrimination research and another related to community wellbeing with a focus on mental health distress, and these calls are in progress at the moment. With regards to Think Big Leverage Fund, we'll continue with that, and we also hope to scope the provision of small grants aimed at early career researchers for the coming year, next year. Alongside that, many other CYPR events that we have planned for the year. Last year, we held the Scottish International Policing Conference, chaired by myself and Professor Leslie McMillan. We had 180 registrations, keynotes from Professor Aisha Gill, a leading academic on the policing of Black and minoritized groups, and Stan Gilmore, ex-director from Thames Valley Violence Reduction Unit. We had breakouts on prevention, partnerships, interventions, victim survivor voices, minoritized groups and public confidence. And we've had really positive feedback so far, but there is a survey out, so please do give us your honest feedback. Last week, we also held a postgraduate symposium with 11 fantastic presentations from postgrad students. We've been working with colleagues from George Mason University and Griffith University Australia to organise a much delayed international PhD summer school, which hasn't taken place for many years during COVID. Our new associate directors have identified practitioner fellowship scheme as a key objective of their network to develop with policing partners over the coming years in a way that makes it achievable and maximises the benefit to all parties. We continue to explore welcome opportunities to expand our partnerships, continue with the Northern Police research webinars, but it's worth noting that a significant effort over the coming year will be placed by us in planning for the transitioning from phase 4 to phase 5 of our funding, which involves redevelopment and consultation on the CYPR funding agreement and securing funding for the next 5 years. So I was asked to give some examples of impact. So some of these examples come from there are many more, but some of these come from our Impact Award winners from 2022, work led by Penny Woolna on Search for Missing People, work by McLaughlin on South Asian women and domestic abuse in Scotland, Also notable is the impact of the naloxone evaluation pilot led by Peter Helen. In terms of embedded long-term impact, there are many academic impact examples in REF impact case studies. There were many that mentioned policing in Scotland, but 9 particularly reference CYPR, which is substantial. One, for example, by Martindale, records impact on SPA forensic services training. Other examples include 3 case studies, stop and search. And some of these examples, such as the last one from Edinburgh Napier on sensitive personal data, shows that impact really takes time. And this is an example of a co-funded PhD student, co-funded by CYPR between 2008 and 2011, leading to successful spin-out company, which subsequently went on to be sold for $31 million in 2020. Some emerging impact examples include last week's Impact Award winners, Peterson, on the impact of COVID partnerships between police and GBV services in providers in remote, rural and island communities in Scotland. Also an early career award regarding joint Scottish Fire and Rescue investigation training and research. There's a lot of potential for recently published CYPR work. For example, Collier's work on influence policing, which I mentioned already, is already impacting policy in the FBI and through the UK government and the National Crime Agency, and impact shaping practice in Scotland, making the case for best practice and areas for improvement. There are other areas with strong potential for impact. The IAG reports, hopefully, body-worn video report last year from Webster et al. And CYPR-funded research on collaborative leadership pilots, cross-service collaboration work, trauma-informed training, etc. There's also many ongoing funds which are yet to report, and other externally funded projects which are particularly working closely with policing partners and have strong impact potential, for example, the 3PO project and the Interact project. I want to just draw on the Seldom Heard Communities grants, which were funded by CYPR, Police Scotland and SPA as good examples of co-production. So I won't go into the details here, but obviously 2 events were organised to support the dissemination of the findings, and we're hopeful that and anticipate that this will create impact in a number of areas, which I don't have time to go into. But I just also like to mention that whilst co-produced work can be extremely valuable, it's also particularly important to recognise the importance of academic independence and the need for continual reflection to ensure that that is the case. In terms of impact, and supporting pathways to impact and evidence-informed policing, which is mutually beneficial for policing partners and academics. We presented a draft paper on how we currently facilitate impact, how we record it, and how we plan to improve facilitation and recording of impact with policing partners. And that was well received by the CYPR Board of Governance in August. So we're refining that paper. We have outlined how we currently support impact in a number of ways, including sustained routine interactions and others, which I won't go into now. We are exploring impact beyond policing partners as well. But importantly here, I think, is the area of measuring and recording impact. And that's a key action in the Joint Research and Evidence Forum work, and CYPR's leading on that action, where we want to work with policing partners to improve recording mechanisms and developing an impact log or similar. We continue to celebrate impact with the Impact Awards, and we want to build some kind of database about impact examples, case studies, and support for REF. And that is it. Thank you. Open to questions.
Thank you for that, Liz. I appreciate that you did race through that, gallop through that, and you covered a lot of ground. So thank you for that. Can I please open it up to colleagues to see if you've got any questions at this stage for Liz? And I see that Tom Halpin has raised his hand. Tom.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Liz, for that. There's a lot in it, and we have got the annual report, and we can reflect on it as we read through that. I'm the SPA rep on the CYPR Board of Governance, and have attended a number of events, etc., over the years. So just along with Director McMahon and Chris Elise's team, and Barry Sellers and Amanda Coulthart and other team as well. So there's been quite deep engagement in terms of SPA, Police Scotland in that research field. What's been key in Liz's presentation, I just want to draw out in terms of us, is this is a year of going into negotiating funding again for the continuation of it. So I just want to speak in relation to that, the impact we've got, and highlight the work last year which was around the seldom heard communities work, which actually the research and the co-producing of that research for frankly not an awful lot of money. If you looked at the figure, I think it was like 50,000 in total or 60,000, and one research in particular for using photography to bring out the voices of communities. I've actually seen that now deployed operationally in Ayrshire. So and the grant there was £5,000. So we're talking the big numbers, not the rest, but it starts getting down to research at that level with researchers and working with operational. I just want to commend that. The responsive research fund that will be launched this year, there was deep engagement as well with Police Scotland and SPA regarding where that would focus, and in the two big areas that are highlighted that are significant for us. We will all recognise working with mental health and institutional discrimination. So those are real live topics that we're seeing the funds being responsive to our needs. What we need to be really careful, and we've had these conversations with, is that researchers coming to these issues new to it start to re-describe what we already know, and it's about getting into and the so what and what's out there elsewhere that we can start to apply, and and the research, sort of focusing the research that in a way that allows us impact rather than restating the problem. But we know that, and that work's ongoing. But I just want to I wanted to commend this work with CIPER. We're deeply involved with it. We've just had the CIPER conference, and colleagues that are on the call, where it was well represented by Police Scotland and the SPA at that as well. And I know that from day one was workshops with post-grad researchers going on and get the chance to put their work into the shop window, so to speak. And the breadth and depth of that research shows that the research community in Scotland's actually healthy, and it's up to us to maximise the benefit from that. And then the second day we were able to attend workshops and hear the learning that came from that. That was really really significant as well. So just to commend that conference as well. And the chair, Chief Constable, Cabinet Secretary, took part in panel discussions at it, so it was front centre. It wasn't just about the universities. And my final thing is that we've talked about 14 universities involved, but it is significant that Aberdeen University has asked to come on board as well. So it's got a growing reputation there too. So I just want to put that context from an SPA hat on the board onto that presentation. I know you've not got a lot of time, but I don't have a question in there, Liz, but I think you get the message from me that we're looking at impact. So thank you.
No, thanks for that, Tom. That's appreciated. Does anybody else have any further questions for Liz? Michelle Miller.
Yeah, thanks, Chair, and thanks, Liz. I suppose just to echo what Tom said, really, it's really difficult to do justice in just a few minutes presentation to the incredible richness of the report. So thanks very much for that. I was just interested in the work around measuring impact, because I think that's one of the things that all of us, public services across the board really struggle with. Very good at measuring outputs or using proxies for impact. And I just wondered whether you might be able to say a little bit more about, some of the ways that you found are useful and meaningful in terms of measuring impact. That would be really helpful.
Thanks. Yeah, there's a lot of learning, certainly from the academic side, in terms of how we're assessed in terms of our work having real life impact through the Research Excellence Framework. However, that is shifting and changing towards engagement and impact. I think it's fair to say that we still have work to do in terms of working together between Police Scotland, SPA, and CIPER and academics to have a better system and way of routinely doing that and following up with projects. And that's really what we're planning to focus on this year. So we've kind of scoped the landscape of what we currently do. We don't have, you know, thorough ways of recording that at the moment. We have some really good ways of maximizing impact, although there's obviously more we can do there. But, you know, I presented to the Irish Criminology Conference in the summer about this and the CIPER model and how we achieve impact. And, you know, we are, you know, one of the world leaders in terms of how we do knowledge exchange and working collaboratively with police to embed academic evidence. But there's obviously always more to do. And I don't think there's, you know, fantastic examples of how to actually measure and monitor that. And for that, we need to work together because we can't always know what happens once a project goes in. So there's still more to do, but that will be happening through the Joint Research and Evidence Forum this year. So I hope that I'll have more to say next year on that.
Thanks very much. That's really helpful.
Any further questions for Liz? I just wondered, this phrase that's used, evidence-based policing, you know, and how that then draws through to development of strategy, policy, and then has an impact on everyday policing within Scotland. Maybe some of Police Scotland's senior colleagues here today might want to comment on this. How much does research and academia play a part in the development of that evidence-based policing? And what are the other sources that come together, you know, to form that evidence picture?
Do you mind if I come in quickly first before Tom?
Not at all.
Yeah, I think there's more. We're on a positive trajectory here with acknowledging that should be the case. However, I think we still have a way to go. For example, I would like to see research cited more in strategy documents, even though research and evidence is used to inform strategy documents. There's the recommendations of the IAG on emerging technologies and policing are also useful there in terms of their application beyond the field of technology and policing. In that, for example, we're saying that there must be an assessment of the evidence base in business cases, etc. So I would like to see evidence embedded from strategy, from business cases, in papers, citations of evidence in papers to the board, all the way through to testing and piloting and evaluation. How there's often not enough funds for evaluation of major important interventions. And we know funding is a challenge at the moment. So we also, anyway, I could talk about it all day, so I'll stop there and let Tom come in.
Yeah, no, thanks, Liz. Tom, and then I have Alan to come in.
Chair, thanks very much. And just to endorse Tom Halpin's points about the importance of the JREF in this context, I mean, we endeavour to use academic research and evidence to inform things like the development of the strategic assessment and the agreement of our priorities organisationally and operationally. But we know we need to enhance that. Kirsty Louise, who's on the call, has led some really good work over the last few years about better embedding and engaging with academia. CIPER is a kind of primary avenue for that work. But as we start to look afresh, and we'll come on to talk about the performance framework and the way in which we can make that perhaps more accessible, certainly more data driven, we want to make sure that there's some evidence of impact that features within that work. And I think that engagement with academia is a really key part of that work. But again, agreeing in priority areas with the JREF and making sure that we then follow up. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Tom. DCC, Alan Spears, you'd like to come in?
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just really briefly to endorse the comments that Liz has made. I firmly believe that there's more we can do, and we should be much more engaged in this space. Also endorse the comments of Tom. I think the JREF is a great platform for us trying to take forward some really quality pieces of work. I think from a Police Scotland perspective, we need to be more willing and bolder and sharing information. And if we continually talk about the complexity of policing, then we need to be much more reliant and engaged in research. And I'm really, really keen to do that. And I think with the portfolio that I've got, we've got an opportunity to do that. So certainly from me, a real commitment in Police Scotland to do that.
Well, thanks for that. That's really encouraging to hear, and it following all the way through to impact is really important. And just as a slight aside, I think it's one of the challenges from my previous world of fire that's emerged from the Grenfell Tower inquiry. You know, what is the evidence base, how authoritative is, you know, the strategies, the policies, the operational procedures that are being adopted and utilised by fire and rescue services. So you can see that there's a read across, you know, in terms of the value of academia, the value of research, and it falling through to dealing with the challenges that are faced in an operational world. So appreciate that. Okay, any final questions? Okay, thanks very much for that, Liz. We really appreciate it. We have read the report. There is a lot to follow up and follow through with it. You got some excellent endorsement there from Tom Halpin, and then I think really excellent endorsement at the end from DCC Spears and Director McMahon, and how research needs to be further developed and utilised within policing. So thank you for the work, and we look forward to it continued and ongoing.
Thank you.
Okay. Let's move on to our second substantive paper, and I see that we have Councillor Maureen Chalmers here, standing member of this group, and she's going to speak to the COSLA paper, which is their update.
Thank you, Chair. This is the second COSLA update paper, so I'm delighted to bring this to Police Performance Committee for your awareness. The paper provides updates on key areas of COSLA's work, which may be of interest to the committee, as well as COSLA activity that links to policing. One of the updates in the paper covers ongoing work to finalise the COSLA Police Scotland SPA Partnership Delivery Plan, and the latest version of that draft plan was issued to local authorities last week ahead of formal consideration at the upcoming meeting of the Community Wellbeing Board this Friday. Elected members from all 32 local authorities will be asked to endorse the draft plan. The report also touches on Equally Safe, which is the refreshed Equally Safe strategy due to be launched and published tomorrow, informed by a broad engagement programme and with key advice and guidance offered to the refreshed strategy designed by members of the Joint Strategic Boards, including Police Scotland. The launch tomorrow will be one of the last events to help mark this year's UN's International 16 Days of Activism Against Gender-Based Violence. COSLA continues to recognise and mark the day, supporting the work undertaken by local authorities across Scotland as they deliver their own 16-day programmes. Finally, I thought I would highlight a key development from earlier this week, which isn't captured in the paper. As you will likely be aware by now, COSLA published our budget briefing paper ahead of the Scottish Budget on the 19th of December. The document describes the pressures being faced by councils in this extremely challenging financial climate, setting out a gap of nearly £14.4 billion for local authorities to just stand still. I hope this quick overview and update is helpful. Elisa and myself would be happy to take any questions, and if there are particular areas of COSLA work that members would like to find out more about, please do let us know and we can ensure they're included in future updates. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you, Councillor Chalmers. Appreciate the paper and you drawing out some highlights and bringing us right up to date as well. With that, could I please open this out to questions?
Chair, it's Mary here. I don't have a question, just a comment really, if that's okay. I just wanted to recognise the publication of the joint report on antisocial behaviour and the creation of an independent working group. I think it's really difficult to overstate the impact antisocial behaviour can have on people in their communities. We touched on this at the authority meeting just last week, so anything that could help us bring together experts and practitioners and look at ways of improving what we can do about this is to be welcome. So thank you for that. Thank you for bringing it to our attention, Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Mary. It was something that we took forward. I'm really pleased the Minister is going to take it forward with us. Great. Thank you.
Thank you.
And just continuing on that theme, it's one of the areas, obviously, antisocial behaviour that in the authority's public polling comes up as a big area for concern for local people within local communities. So to hear that this national working group is being set up to address it, it shows that people are being listened to. Could I ask who will be the main members of this, and what sort of pace will it be operating at?
I think we'll still have to work out some of that detail, Alistair, but I think I'll just bring in Elisa, who might have been involved with more of the officers' preparation group.
Thanks, Alistair. So yeah, all we know so far is that the independent working group will be co-chaired by the Chief Executive of the Scottish Community Safety Network, Lorraine Gillis, and I believe the Director of the CYCJ. And I think there's still work ongoing to decide the membership of that. And obviously we'll want to ensure that from a COSLA point of view that local authority kind of advisors and officers are going to be represented on it. But work is at really early stages at this point. So it could be that we could provide an update at the next PPC meeting. And I'm conscious that Police Scotland is also going to be involved. So it could be like a joint update that we could do. But yeah, more than happy to bring more information next year once we know more.
That's great. Thanks for that, Lisa. Tom, you've got a question?
It's not quite. It's just declare an interest. I've been appointed as an independent member of that group as early days.
Yeah. I think as well, when you read the paper, a kind of common theme that runs through it is supporting and responding to the needs of vulnerable people and communities throughout Scotland. And I think what comes through is the need for that whole system approach with lots of agencies involved. This is absolutely necessary, that team approach. But with the budgetary challenges that are out there for every public sector at the moment, there could be a danger that it's difficult to take that whole system approach. But equally, I think what comes across in your paper, Maureen, is that without that whole system approach, money will not be well spent because you won't solve the problems.
Absolutely. And I think that's why, the breadth of my portfolio at COSLA, so I'm involved in various pieces of work. And the preventative work is what everybody's really trying to hold on to. And you'll see that the COSLA budget campaign is round about going back to Christie. We need to focus on that preventative work. I'm involved, I'm a member of the South Lanarkshire Integrated Joint Board for Health and Social Care. I'm coming to your meetings and involved with your colleagues. I'm also speaking to fire colleagues and other public bodies. And I think we're all in exactly the same position. All the more reason why I think locally our community planning partnerships need to be strong and work effectively, because that's kind of important in terms of local planning, and why our national bodies coming together and the Community Planning Improvement Board is really critical too.
Yeah, thank you for that. And just a last comment from me, if there are no further questions. You referenced, of course, the partnership between Police Scotland, COSLA and the SPA, and it's that same theme, that partnership's critical. So we welcome that development and then the delivery, the sign off and then delivery of the plan for next year. So it's something really for us all to be cited on.
Yeah, and just a wee final comment, Alistair, I really, really appreciate Our police scrutiny conveners forums have been really well attended, but not only by our local authority senior councillors, but by Police Scotland and SPA, including the chairs attended each one, senior officers from Police Scotland, and from the SPA, I really appreciate your support to ensure that these forums are a success. So thank you.
Thanks for that comment, and I can see that Amanda wants to come in, but that the value of local scrutiny, as well as national scrutiny and oversight, it's good to highlight it at a performance meeting. It's extremely valuable. Amanda.
Thanks, Chair. I just wanted to flag that the Partnership Development Plan and progress against the commitments are due to be presented to this committee at its March meeting to give a bit more visibility of the work underway.
Okay, thank you for that. So really, again, thank you for the report. I think it closes that circle between local delivery and national oversight. Really valuable paper in that context. So if there's no final questions, I can see that we've got His Majesty's Chief Inspector of Constabulary on screen. And really, I think, Craig, you're going to continue that theme to a degree when you speak to the next paper, which is the thematic review of policing mental health in Scotland. And this is a report that we have for discussion. So over to yourself, Craig.
Thank you very much, Chair, and good morning, committee, and thank you for the invite to attend. I'm joined by Brian McAnulty, the lead inspector who led this piece of work on my behalf, and would like to start really by thanking the independent advisory group that we set up, who guided us on our thinking and challenged us on our conclusions that we were making. A number of people involved in that who are named in the report, but three particularly, Vox Scotland, Lothian Voices and Dr. Aaron Chopra from the Mental Welfare Commission were all outstanding in their contribution, as well as really challenging our thinking. The work that we've done in this, Chair, and I will keep to a very short overview of this, really describes in quite some depth the complexity that mental health, particularly the crisis moment when someone calls 999 or 101 or something similar, the crisis moment is not well served across the entirety of public sector in Scotland at present, with the majority of the weight of demand falling on the shoulders of policing. That often leads to significant amounts of time in care environments where police officers are basically guarding someone who is unwell. The feedback from Vox Scotland and other voices, Lothian Voices and CAPS, says that that doesn't do what Police Scotland would expect it to do, which is to improve their overall well-being. And this is something that we're trying to draw out, that it might stop a bad thing from happening, but it certainly doesn't improve someone's well-being at the conclusion of the process. The trauma that many people describe in the reports that we published alongside our report is very clear, in that putting them in handcuffs in the back of a van and taking them to a hospital can have an adverse impact. What we've said in our report, though, is the people we spoke to, whether that's people with lived experience or police officers, it was really clear to us that there's a really empathetic approach. The police officers do their absolute best in often very difficult circumstances to treat people with compassion, with care, to make sure that they get the service that is needed for them, and do it in a manner that doesn't adversely impact them. This is very, very challenging. We've looked and benchmarked at forces down south and other jurisdictions, and many of you will have heard of Humberside's approach to mental health, which has now been rolled out throughout England and Wales, called Right Care, Right Person. That doesn't fit well with the legislative model in Scotland in terms of the community wellbeing requirement. And we are very keen to state that there are some lessons to be learned from that, particularly around understanding what is the responsibility of Police Scotland. But it's very clear that Police Scotland, to our view, should not be adopting this as a whole. And we're keen that that doesn't happen. One of the things that Dr. Aaron Chopra talks about compellingly, is that very often when someone enters a mental health crisis, and is treated by a healthcare provider of some sort, there is very little written down in terms of their ongoing notes or care plan that is then shared with other partner agencies. To paraphrase what he said to the Criminal Justice Committee last week, he's very keen that it is it becomes a matter of how we do our business in Scotland, that the records are made available to those who are going to interact with that individual at a much earlier point, so that good decision making can be had around who is the best person or the best care provider to provide a response in the first instance, rather than it becoming a police response and then scrabbling around with no information to try and find out how the best treatment can be provided. There's a lot of work to be done, and I much prefer seeking forgiveness than permission on many things, Alistair, and recommendation 1 allows me to step beyond my legislative authority and make a recommendation to the Scottish Government to look at a whole system approach review on this. And I'm very pleased that the Cabinet Secretary for Justice has written to her counterpart in health to seek to do that. And I'm aware that Police Scotland are now involved in meetings along with other partners where this is being discussed and that there is progress being made. We're not involved in these meetings, but the update I've had is that it's been a very positive start to that. And I'm delighted to see that as quickly as it is, that the government, Criminal Justice Committee and others are pushing this forward as quickly as they are doing. Chair, I'm going to leave it there, but there are 14 recommendations, 10 areas for development. We had huge engagement from Police Scotland and from partners to allow us to make the recommendations that we've done. And I've got to say thank you to everyone that was involved in that. It was incredibly supportive to see a real drive to put people at the very centre of this service and make sure that their outcomes are the best they possibly can be. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks. And thank you for giving us the highlights from what is an extremely significant report and an area of undoubted challenge where you really want to do the right thing for people. So thank you for giving us the highlights at this point. Can I open it up? Does anybody have any questions for the Chief Inspector or indeed his colleague Brian? Nice to have you here, Brian. I'll open it up. Tom Halpin.
Yeah, thanks very much. And just to endorse the importance of this, I mean, it consistently comes across many areas of policing business that come to the SPA board. The real issue about demand in mental health, police will always attend, I'm sure you'll agree, a crisis in the moment of the crisis as a core purpose of policing. And the real issues is when it comes to handover, when staff are don't feel able to leave a person in the reception area of a hospital, for instance. And that fundamentally is not a policing role. And there's many people attend accident emergency with in distress who didn't go there with the police, that are left there on their own. So it's only this group that had to come into contact with the police that this is where the real issue is in terms of police capacity getting sucked into that. And then while they're there, we don't know what risk there is with the calls that they're not getting to. It could be even greater risk. So in the review, I'd just be interested in is it absolutely established that the police have to stay there, or is this just custom and practice?
Thanks, Tom. It's a really interesting point. There is nothing that we could see by law that requires the police to stay there. But what we do see, and the evidence we received from a large number of police officers and staff, was that there is a fear that if they walk away from someone having handed them over and leave them in a waiting room of whatever healthcare facility, and then something bad happens, that they will be subject to investigation by PERC is correct, but often that is a long-term, 6 months, a year, 18 months to get to a conclusion. They're fearful of their role as a police officer if they're found to have done something wrong. And very often it is not them that is making a decision to either leave the facility or to discharge the individual, and yet the police are the only ones that are subject to that investigation. So there is and I'll quote Gordon McCready, the Chief Superintendent in Paisley, I think he is, when he was in custody division, he talked about error terror when releasing people either from custody or from elsewhere. And that phrase has stuck with us during this period of time. There is a real terror of getting it wrong for two reasons, and both totally understandable. First one is police officers don't want something bad to happen to a person that they have intervened with. There is that human compassion that our officers show, and we should be really proud of. The second is that subject to investigation for a long period of time. They don't want that either. So that error terror means that they stay for longer, despite often their supervisors or managers saying, "That you've done your job, you can go now." They don't want to be in that position when something bad happens.
Chair, do you mind if I just conclude this part that is still relevant? That's really helpful, but basically what we're saying, as my understanding is, it's not a legislative requirement. It's custom and practice because of fear of PERC, right? Fundamentally, fear, but also compassion for the person that they're caring for. As an inspector looking at it, do you have a view on that level of fear as opposed to what the police should be doing?
Yes, I do, Tom, and you're absolutely right. PERC have radically changed. I'm not going to speak for PERC, but they've radically changed the depth of their investigations in recent years on the back of a better understanding of this. So I think they are far more focused and proportionate than they previously were, and I see that as a positive. But they still have that statutory duty to do that investigation if there's an injury or a serious incident. In terms of how do you address that bit, it's a $64 million question, and part of our request for a strategy for Police Scotland is to really set out what is the service's expectations and requirements on the frontline officer on how they do their business in this. What is the acceptable minimum level of service provided, and how do they get support back up, strengthened to their argument to get away after an hour or so, or no more than that, from a situation where they can be left 12, 14, 15 hours dealing with someone who's consumed alcohol or medication or drugs, and are then waiting for themselves to be clean before they will be seen by a medical practitioner.
Thanks. But my final point, and then I promise I'll back off at this point. The fundamental, I mean, we can go into reviews of the whole mental health system, and it will not answer our fundamental operational need, which is the handover. And that is a position that's in the ability to clarify against the partners around that. So it'd be helpful to get some view on that from Police Scotland at some point, Alistair. Thanks.
I've got ACC David Duncan and Councillor Maureen Chalmers wishing to come in with questions, but I see that from the Inspectorate, Brian McNulty's raised his hand. Is this to come in on the back of some of the responses from the Chief Inspector to Tom's questions? So if the other two don't mind, if I can invite Brian in at this point.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. And it's really just to go back to that really important point that Tom highlights, and that was certainly a consistent frustration that we heard from officers, that at that point that you make about while sitting in A&E departments, actually they could hear the radios going with things happening in their area. They weren't able to respond. Craig mentioned the right care, right person approach that's been rolled out across many forces in England and Wales. And Craig rightly says that that's not something that we would advocate, but there are elements of it that actually we think could be implemented fairly quickly. And one of those is tightening up on the handover procedures at accident and emergency departments. because when the officers arrive there with a person experiencing poor mental health, they have arrived at a place of safety, and they should then be able to leave that person with the accident emergency staff and get back on patrol. Now, there are many reasons that Craig's alluded to why officers are reluctant to do that at the moment. Part of that, I sensed from the interviews that we did, was really the overriding principle was the compassion that they had and that they didn't want something bad to happen to the person. Another reason was that there was a feeling that if they walk away and leave the person will then walk out of that accident emergency department and become a missing person, which then leads to additional demand on local policing services. And that was another element that's been looked at in terms of right care, right person, is tighten up the missing person protocols. Because on most occasions when the person walks out of A&E, they're not a missing person. They've actually got to a stage where they've decided to go home. So there's some really good learning from the right care, right person to pick up on some of these issues. And Tom has mentioned they're kind of long-standing issues. They've been with us for a long time in policing. So that's really just to highlight that, Chair.
I appreciate that. Thank you. ACC, David Duncan, could you come in now, please?
Yep. No, thanks, Chair. It's just a kind of, I suppose, a position from Police Scotland, just to give you the position. We welcome the report by HMICS. It's very practical. Operational heads have obviously gone into this, which I appreciate, and it picks up on a lot of the issues that we have been working on within my portfolio and across the service. Just by way of practical examples, so we're reviewing the recommendations. We've incepted a specific governance process to look at this, and mental health sits within my portfolio alongside missing persons and other elements of vulnerability and diversity. So there's a good continuum approach there that we can kind of apply that read across. We had a multi-agency workshop a couple of weeks ago, and we are working through the output from that, but it was really positive. You know, partners from across the spectrum of public authorities and specialists from charities really keen to get to a pragmatic solution to this. So again, the report has helped us in terms of evidence to support the position that I think we're all aware of, but the detail in the report just gives us that evidential view. So thanks.
Okay, thanks for coming in from the Police Scotland perspective. Appreciate that, and we appreciate you highlight there is a lot of work going on in this area, but this gives additional focus, and I'm anticipating that there'll be an improvement plan will be developed that will roll together both the current and ongoing work and what's emerged from this, and an action plan developed from that. Yeah. Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Chair. As Brian says, this is not new, and you know, in my councillor hat on, I come across these situations every day, but with my professional hat on, I work in the third sector for 36 years. It was something that I've been involved in over the years, including 25 years ago, working in Blantyre as a community organisation within Blantyre Police Station, working closely to do the voluntary support to allow police officers to do what they did, but be working alongside as a trusted partner to do those additional bits that allowed the police officer to walk away. So I suppose we can sometimes lose all those kind of initiatives that we've over the years put temporary, short-term funding into, and I'm sure we're all familiar with that. I'm just wondering though, I was involved here in Lanarkshire at the beginning of the distress brief intervention work, and I'm just wondering what lessons there are to learn from that. And you know, I know we focused on that started off with here Myers Hospital, for example, at A&E, and I'm just wondering what potential there is to take some of the lessons from there, including that tier 1, tier 2 community support that wraps around about that, and develop this work. And then just finally, from a causal point of view, we haven't had an opportunity to take this to any of our boards. Mental health sits with our Health and Social Care Board, but we will do that in due course. And I know that our joint delivery plan specifically notes the actions round about this work too. And I know that our officers are really happy to work with police colleagues to have a joined up whole system approach. Thanks, Chair.
Thank you for that. I see the ACC Duncan wants to come in and just respond a little bit to the questions you posed there?
Yes, sorry, Chair, you'll be sick of the sight of me by the end of today, quite sure. But just to answer the DBI point, so DBI sits within the team within mental health, again in my portfolio. So DBI is a core element of this as well in terms of early intervention. So yeah, it's a good observation. Thank you.
And I've got Brian and I've got Craig both wanting to come in and follow up. If I could maybe turn to Brian first, and then we'll leave the last word on it to the Chief Inspector. Brian?
Yeah, no, thanks for that. So just picking up on Councillor's point there, I think probably going back to what Craig said at the start, the role of the advisory panel were really invaluable in terms of this, and I would add on to the list of people I would really like to publicly acknowledge in terms of that. So third sector partners that we involved through the advisory panel, include them in Penumbra, were really excellent in terms of that. So the role of the third sector is really critical in terms of that. And also, given the fact we had a presentation from CYPR today, they were also represented, and Inga Heyman brought a lot of value to the work that we were doing. And just in terms of the DBI, so we heard lots of good things in terms of DBI. We engaged with the DBI training through the course of the review. Very, very impressed with that. And officers who we spoke to who had undergone that training found it to be of great value. But we did find that probably there could be more awareness of it across the service. And we would certainly think there'd be value in looking at including that even on all probationer training courses, for example, to have an input in DBI so that everybody coming into the service has got that level of awareness. Training was a consistent theme that came through a lot of the interviews that we did in terms of anything that's going to help increase people's understanding of what is a very, very complex issue. So that was all to add to that.
Thanks, Brian. Craig?
Thanks, Chair. Brian's covered most of my points. What I would like to say, though, is we need to industrialise the good practice. So there's good practice in Tayside. Particularly, there's a couple of drop-in places that works with. I got an award recently, I can't remember the name of it. I think it was a nuke or something similar, which was exceptional. DBI, again, where it has been rolled out and embedded, first class. But let's stretch it the rest. Every postcode in Scotland needs to have access to that. To me, that means 11,500, 12,000 police officers need to get that capability and training and have that as a base standard. This is how Police Scotland does its business. Yeah. And then how do we do more for places that have particular issues, needs, or defined capabilities that are required? So we think there's an awful lot of really good stuff, but it's about how do we industrialise it.
Yeah.
Thanks, Chair.
Thank you. I think we can all tell from the amount of discussion and debate around this, the significance of this report. Everybody absolutely wants to do the right thing for people. There's 14 recommendations, there's 10 development areas, there's ongoing work in this. So, we look forward to the development plan rolling forward. And I think it's a theme that develops. There's no one agency can address these issues. It is a whole system approach that's going to help us to make significant progress. But this is a big focus area, rightly priority area for the authority and also for the Chief Constable, as you highlighted at the board next week. So we look forward to the work on this, that progressing. Okay, thank you very much. We shall move on then to the next item on the agenda, item 2.4, which is the Scottish policing approach to safer drug consumption facilities. And we have ACC David Duncan, who's going to speak to this report, and it's a report for discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. Just very briefly, so the report will give you an overview of where we currently are in the sort of early stages of moving towards an operational facility in Glasgow. This has been debated for quite some time by the Integrated Joint Board in Glasgow. Police have been involved in discussions over the years, but most recently the Lord Advocate has given indications that there'll be supportive view taken around the introduction of that facility. The detail we're still working through, and the paper kind of reflects some of the kind of policy and legal implications around that. It's our intention to work closely with the partners. We're part of the multi-agency discussion around Glasgow specifically, and also look to the police role in this. So how do we play an active part? I suppose the backdrop is, in terms of the police role and the duty of well-being for Police Scotland, is the official statistics for 2022 indicate a fall of 279 drug deaths based on the previous year, but that's still 1,051 people dying, almost 4 times the rate of people who died from drugs overdoses into the year 2000. So it's still a really contemporary issue. It's one of the worst rates globally and in Europe. So we are keen to support an approach that attracts people towards a facility where they can move out of addiction and into recovery without being criminalised. So we are keen to support it, and we're just going to work through the detail, including some process mapping of exactly what the police role will be. The paper mentions community impact, so it refers to one piece of research from Australia. There's 120 facilities open across the world. They've all got mixed bag reviews in terms of impact, outcomes, positive destinations for people that use the facilities. The oldest is 20 years old, and it's in Geneva, and that's quite positively appraised. So we're keeping a mind to all of that research in terms of what we can learn going forward, but I'm happy to take questions.
Thanks for that, David. Really appreciate the report and also you stating just the significance in terms of human tragedy, the number of drug deaths that are occurring in Scotland, and the ongoing and the variety of work that's going on to try and address this. I hadn't, if I'm being honest, quite appreciated the difference in scale between 2020 and now. So it really is a significant issue. Okay, so with that, I shall open it up for questions. Tom Halpin.
One of the phrases that was used in the report was related to the increase in drug use in the vicinity, reporting some of these areas. Obviously, there's a need to reassure communities that will be in the proximity of this facility, which I do believe is needed and support and all that, just to be clear on that. But if there is the real experience of people who live in that community experiencing widespread use, how do we manage that at the same time?
Yes, so the phraseology is lifted from the report, which again is from Australia. So if you go into the detail of that report, the impact to that extent is kind of questionable, but it's there just to demonstrate that it's something that we will have to have a clear focus on. So there's already work ongoing through the IJB in terms of the local community there. One of the tricks to this, I suppose, is choosing an area which will be more receptive to this type of approach than others, and also explaining exactly what that's going to look like to expectation levels. It's probably not for me to say, but it's questionable about the area that was selected in that other jurisdiction. Whereas in Geneva, for example, it was far better communicated, worked through, and there was a long lead-in period, which kind of fits the model in Glasgow. So I'm confident we'll get there with partners.
You're on mute, Alistair.
After nearly 3 years of working remotely, you'd think I'd get that right, but every day's a school day. Thanks for that question and the response there. David, does anybody have any further questions here? No, I mean, it really is a significant area, and I think you drew that out extremely well. You know, clearly there will be some challenge around it, and what the Lord Advocate says about Police Scotland will develop full policy and procedures around this. So thank you very much for the update on where we are just now, David, and also provoking some thoughts for us for the future.
Thanks.
Okay, we're now moving on to the next item on the agenda, and we welcome ACC Beck Smith, who's going to speak to the Biometric Commissioner review of CYP and vulnerable adults, the improvement plan progress report. And again, this is a report for discussion. So over to yourself, Bex.
Thank you, Chair. Good morning, colleagues. I'll keep this brief and just pull out a couple of key highlights within the report. So the Biometric Commissioner's review was focused on children and young people and vulnerable adults and how we deal with their biometric data. Just a couple of points to note, really. I think it's really fair to say, and the board will probably agree with me in this, that we've seen a real demand in biometric data and technology, which is great and really, really positive for us. I think I have worked really hard to try and pull together a small bespoke biometrics team, and we've had approval for 2 posts, which is great, which are currently advertised, which will sit under me within local crime to be able to support the biometric governance and work that we need to do within Police Scotland. So some of that sits within this review. The first recommendation was for us to introduce a biometrics acquisition policy for children. We have done that. We've written the policy. I've now approved it, and that will be live by the end of January 2024. The full detail of that is in Appendix A for people that are interested in terms of how we will manage biometric data for children. We also had recommendations around improving our the publishing of our management information according to biometrics, which I think is really important in terms of being transparent and open and accountable to the public for how we deal with their data. So we will aim to publish that every 6 months as of 2024 in conjunction with SBA forensics as well. So people will be able to see things like arrestee DNA, fingerprint, image statistical data, volunteer DNA data, and as far as possible, the UK, local and national biometric match data, which hopefully will go some way to show how policing is using biometric data to keep people safe. The third recommendation was for us to improve the information that was given to both donors of biometric data from a Police Scotland perspective and also for the Biometrics Commissioner as well. And we have written a new leaflet which will be translated into many different languages and be available for people to understand how Police Scotland will use, retain and destroy their biometric data moving forward. We've written that, and that again will be released by the end of January 2024. So you will see in Appendix A relating to children and Appendix B relating to all of the other recommendations that we will fulfil those by the 31st of January, on track to do that, and have sent the Biometrics Commissioner all of that information for which he is happy with, and have, I suppose, just for me to say I'm really grateful for all of his support and that of his team as well, just in terms of the review and all of the work that we've been doing in relation to that. So I think that was all I was going to say around that, Chair. If there's anything, any questions, happy to take those.
Thanks for that update, Bex. Appreciate it. And the supporting paper, open that out to questions, and then I have Michelle Miller.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks, Bex, for the report. It's really helpful, and positive to see it. When you say, I think you've answered my first question. When you say you've sent it to the Commissioner and he's happy with it, you mean he's happy with the content and that it meets the terms of his the recommendation in his report? So that's a kind of, we'll know that he'll be satisfied with that in terms of that being implemented. Yes. Is that,
yeah,
sorry,
absolutely.
Is that
Absolutely,
yeah.
Michelle. We've worked quite closely with him and the team just to make sure that we're doing everything that complies to his code. So yes, absolutely.
Okay, that's great, thanks. And my other question was the extent to which children and young people or representative groups were involved in putting the policy together.
Yeah, so we engage quite widely in relation to that. I think we also took advice from England and Wales in terms of their policy and policing UK generally in terms of what would be a suitable and fair outcome in terms of biometric data for children. Obviously, we don't want to be in the position where we store and keep biometric data from children routinely. It's just not something that's appropriate to do and would go against how we manage children over the age of a criminal responsibility in a custody environment. So we took quite a lot of advice and support from different third sector agencies and others around what would be the right and proper way to do that. And obviously, in compliance with the code, our statutory duty, we have come up with 2.1 in Appendix A, which essentially is where fingerprints and an image should be taken from a child over the age of criminal responsibility in Scotland who's been arrested for a sexual or serious violence matter, which may lead to or has already resulted in a report for the consideration of a children's hearing or the Procurator Fiscal. So we've listed relevant offences in relation to that, but I suppose it's probably fair to say that our overriding thought around that was only in the most serious of cases would we do that in order to take data from a child biometrics data. So that's the position that we came up with in consultation and was an agreed position and a fair one.
Okay, thanks, Chair. If I may, just to follow up, just on the very last point where you made reference to where a child or young person has been referred to the reporter. But that's still in relation to an offence. So it wouldn't be any of the other grounds that exist for which you could refer a child to a reporter wouldn't be included in that. No, okay, that's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks for that. Does anybody have any further questions for Bex on her paper there? No? Okay, thanks very much for that, Bex. And really what I took from it is that steady, excellent progress has been made, in fact, and you're working closely with the Commissioner as well, you know, and that the progress that's being made is meeting the recommendations.
Yes, Chair, thank you. And I suppose just important point to note is we're subject to additional biometrics reviews at the moment, not only us, but with SPA Forensics, and again, are working really closely with the Biometrics Commissioner around all of that. This particular one just focused on children, young people and vulnerable adults, which again is exceptionally important. So I will report the progress of those as and when we work through those, if that's okay, Chair.
No, that's it's very, very helpful. And, you know, these areas, you know, there's big ethical questions, there's sensitivities around these things, and it's right and proper that full and due consideration is given to them. So thank you. Next item on the agenda, SPA corporate parenting. Excuse me, I do have a cold at the moment, so I'm slightly struggling. And I've got Sam Curran from the SPA who's going to speak to this paper.
Thank you, Chair. I'll take the paper as read, but provide a few introductory remarks, if that's okay.
Yeah.
So, compared to their peers, care experienced people continue to face elevated challenges as they progress through life. Importantly, all of us on the call know that care experienced people are significantly overrepresented in the criminal justice system. In Scotland, approximately 0.5% of the general population have been in care. However, almost half of young people in Scotland's prisons have reported that they have experience of care. As a corporate parent, the SPA continues to be completely committed to supporting improved outcomes for people with care experience. And members will recall that it was at the SPA's December 2021 meeting of the Policing Performance Committee that the SPA's first corporate parenting plan was endorsed. Since then, I'm very pleased to report that, with the exception of one, all the actions detailed within the plan have been successfully delivered. Some particular highlights worth flagging are that all staff, all SPA staff and board members have now undertaken Who Cares Scotland training on the role and remit of a corporate parent, and I think we're seeing that translate into the work that we deliver. Additionally, the SPA hosted an event with Police Scotland for us and our partners to consider how we can better support children when they come into conflict with the law. Now, this event had a particular focus on how partners could collaborate to reduce criminalisation of children with care experience. And again, we're seeing significant momentum off the back of that original event. The one outstanding action that's flagged within the report is for the recruitment of a modern apprentice. And I am pleased to update members that since the paper was prepared, this post has now been fully approved, and we'll be working with our partners, including Who Cares Scotland, to promote the post going forward and hopefully have someone in position in the coming months. I'm also very pleased to update that the SPA and Who Cares Scotland have been shortlisted for the 2023 Public Sector Awards. This recognises the partnership work between both organisations to amplify the voices of care experienced people. And we'll find out the results shortly, but there's some very, very tough competition there. Within the paper, you'll also see a high-level proposal for the development of the authority's next corporate parenting plan. We intend on initiating this work in early 2024, and we'll work closely with Police Scotland, particularly the CYP team, and our partners more generally to undertake broad engagement that will inform the plan going forward. And with your endorsement, Chair, members, I'd be very pleased to keep you abreast of this as we continue. Finally, I just wanted to draw attention to the Children's Rights and Corporate Parenting report that has been appendicised to the paper. The authority is required to produce this report as per the Children and Young People Scotland Act, but hopefully the report summarises the broad work that we do as an SPA, not only as a corporate parent, but also in upholding the rights of children more generally. I'll stop there, Chair, but of course, very happy to take any questions.
Thanks, Sam. Appreciate the paper and the update. And the first question I see will be coming from Tom Halpin.
Thanks, Sam. I welcome this paper. It's an important area. I just want to highlight that we have actively involved people with care experience in the selection of our chief officer team in leadership in Police Scotland and the stakeholder panels there. So that was a significant contribution and directly related back to this work. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks for that, Tom. I appreciate you drawing that out and highlighting it. Does anybody have any further questions for Sam? Not at this point. So we really welcome that update on the paper in relation to where we are with modern apprenticeship. I think that's really welcome, and the development of the plan for the forthcoming years. Absolutely. We would welcome you coming back to the committee and updating us on that. So moving on, and I think I'm inviting back in ACC David Duncan, who is going to speak to Scotland's corporate parenting and UNCRC update, and it's for discussion.
Thanks, Chair. I'll keep the intro brief. So the paper effectively split into two sections. The first is around our corporate parenting duties. So we have a corporate parenting plan 21 to 24, so it's due for a refresh next year. And the overall intention is to contribute to a care system which prioritises the need for a happy childhood. And as Sam has said, it's around positive experiences and outcomes into life. We've kind of structured some evidence around 5 themes there, which I'll not go into. It's there you can read. There's a lot of activity there, and it'll build towards a refresh, which we'll undertake next year. So that's timely because the next part is UNCRC. So the Convention on the Rights of the Child, again, it's been quite a long lead-in in terms of the Scottish Government's ambition to bring that into Scots law, with some legal challenges, which again have been described in the paper. We now anticipate royal assent towards the end of this month, with the intention for the Scottish Government to implement the legislation mid-2024, so probably June. So we're now re-establishing governance over preparation, scoping and preparation for readiness for that as our most public authorities. And we'll be able to provide further detail on that as we work through. The main elements of it are a review of the custody situation, taking legal advice around that, and also our standard operating procedures and policies as they relate to children, including the application of a children's rights impact assessment. But the paper's there and happy to take questions. Thank you.
Thank you. David, can I open this up to questions from colleagues or comment? Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Chair. Local government fully supports and is committed to the intentions of UNCRC and corporation, and there's lots of work going on across councils right now. And as there's been a long lead into this, so work is underway across Scotland within councils. We've expressed as COSLA a number of concerns about the practical implications and operability of the amended bill, and really just concerned across three particular areas. So there's just scope of the bill, leaving significant gaps in rights protections, including key areas like education and children's services. Amended compatibility, which significantly increases legal complexity, and frontline practitioners are concerned about workability. And I just really would be helpful to understand if Police Scotland expect they will face similar legal complexities. A key concern for local government is that council duties powers are found within a mix of Scottish and UK legislation, which means that this will be really complicated. And also, you know, what would Police Scotland want the statutory guidance that's been developed to cover? And just really, I know that our children and young people's team have appreciated a good working relationship with Police Scotland to date on this. So just I suppose kind of, I'm sure we've got some shared concerns around this.
David?
Yeah, we share all of those concerns, to be honest. We do have a project around this, which has milestones and lots of interdependencies, which will be similar to local authorities and other public authorities. I think the lead-in period of like 6 months from assent to implementation is going to cause us some difficulties in terms of awareness, possible training, and there could be other implications depending on the Scottish Government's appetite for accepting what's feasible within that time frame. But happy to work with COSLA in terms of a joint approach in that. Absolutely.
Are there any final questions in relation to this? Again, a really important area. Significant work has already been undertaken. I think that's highlighted. Anticipating that there is more to do, and that will be progressed in the coming months as legislation is clarified. But there'll be ongoing discussion, I think, between partners. It's what I took from that discussion. Would that be fair? Okay, so thank you very much. I appreciate the paper. So we now move to 2.8, which is policing demand, impact of changes to the courts and criminal justice system. And we have ACC Wendy Middleton, I believe, is going to be speaking to this. And it's a report for discussion.
Good morning. Thank you, Chair. Good morning, members. This is one of 3 papers that Criminal Justice Services Division are bringing forward today. So I've brought Chief Superintendent Nikki Russell along, who will speak to the papers as well and provide further information. But just for note, Nikki took over from Chief Superintendent Gordon McCready on the 16th of October. And I'd like to place on record my thanks to Gordon for the sterling work that he did around particularly the CJ vision, the 5-year vision, which you'll hear about later, and also in particular the work that he did around children in custody and the efforts, particularly in London Road, which we hope to replicate in Inverness in the not too distant future. However, the subject of the paper came about because of the challenges that are being experienced in regards to GeoAmey. This has been well publicised. It's very much monitored through the Criminal Justice Board, of which Police Scotland are a member. And as a consequence of the pressures that GOAME were experiencing with resources, the Sheriff Principals issued orders on the 19th of September, which related to the changes to custody court times, national jurisdiction, and cross-border arrangements, which Nikki will touch on all three. I'm very conscious of time. I suppose our concerns primarily were around the impact on Police Scotland and detained persons within our custody units. Whilst we continue to monitor that, I think it would be fair to say that we're probably experiencing less of the issues and challenges. The concern for me was really around legality and making sure that we were very clear about when somebody was in police custody and then when they were in the remit of the court custody. And I think we continue to work with partners around that, but we're very clear on our legal remit around that. I should also say, and we'll maybe touch on it later with regards to CJ Vision as well, but we are doing work through CJ Improvement that I lead on within Police Scotland to just further embed the Criminal Justice Act and the Lord Advocate's guidelines around the presumption of liberty. And we were certainly doing more work in that regard and trying to reduce the number of custodies, particularly that we hold overnight, because 1 in 6 are remanded in court. So we need to just rebalance that a little bit within our own custody environments, and that ties into this particular piece of work. But from my perspective, as the lead on this within Police Scotland, I don't consider it to be the risk that we maybe thought it was going to be when it was initially introduced. And to offer SPA that reassurance, if there's anything keeps me awake at night, it's not this particular issue. But I'll hand over to Nikki just to give members a little bit more detail on the issues that were raised. Thank you.
Thanks, ACC, and thanks, Chair. Yeah, just to highlight a couple of elements then, as the ACC's touched on, the changes in court times see the court sitting no later than 7 p.m. on a Monday and 6 p.m. during the week. It's fair to say that we have seen some slippage in those times, which has caused some challenge, if you like, in terms of the courts and specifically defence solicitors in terms of hearing cases. The position for us within Police Scotland was around those custodies and at what point we discharged our duty and what that meant for us in a legal position. We've worked very closely with legal within Police Scotland, and we do have a position around custodies, and once we have formally handed those over to GOAME, they no longer become the responsibility of Police Scotland. So we have a really firm position around not taking people back into custody. There are obviously exceptions in terms of warrants, which we support, but if it's merely down to the fact that the court hasn't heard the case, then we won't do it. We had a couple of teething issues at the beginning, but as the ACC's highlighted, this isn't really deemed to be too significant for us currently. It has become a bit of a business usual approach. However, in support of that, Chair, what we have implemented is a Monday and Friday meeting with partners. That includes the Crown, SCTS and GOAME to identify any significant issues that we forecast over the weekend or that have indeed impacted us over the course of the week. There are challenges for us, as the ACC's highlighted, in terms of the financial impact, where GOAME are unable to transport prisoners to court. Then obviously we have a responsibility and obligation to ensure that those individuals are supported and dealt with. And sometimes that sees us transporting prisoners to court in order for them to be heard. There's also a bit of a challenge around prisoners who have additional vulnerability needs, and GOAME's approach to try and support those custodies last, which has a bit of an impact on us within custody in terms of the care and welfare. However, I'm pleased to report that we continue ongoing conversations and partnership work across SCTS, COPFS and GOAME in order to ensure that actually what we're dealing with is the vulnerability of individuals and supporting them through custody and then through the court process as quickly as possible. And just lastly, the ACC touched on the other options around our presumption of liberty, direct measures, and indeed ensuring that we're dealing with people in custody appropriately, proportionately and necessary. And that work continues, and I'll touch on that slightly later as we come to that. The only other point very quickly, Chair, for highlighting within that report is the element around Dumfries and the provision that custodies from England and Wales would come to Dumfries. That does prove some challenge for us in terms of the size and capacity and the virtual court sitting. And more importantly, when those individuals are released, actually what happens to them and how they're supported in terms of their return to their home jurisdiction, which, as you can imagine, the local authority had some concerns around. I'm pleased to report we've had no significant issues there, and actually we're looking to deal with those really on a kind of urgent case by case basis, but to date they've not caused us any challenge. I'll stop there, Chair, and obviously allow you to open up for questions. Thank you.
Thanks to both Wendy and Nikki there. I think you drew out the highlights very well for us. And with that, I shall open it up for any questions that anybody has.
Chair, it's Mary here. Could I come in, please?
Of course, in you come, Mary.
Thank you very much. I don't like to interrupt. I can't see who's got their hands up. Can I just say it's helpful to note that some of the concerns we had when we first heard about these changes have proven not to be quite so problematic as we had perhaps anticipated. So that's good. But am I right in thinking that some of these changes were introduced with no consultation with anybody about the potential impact they might have? And if there was no consultation, is that normal? Is that what normally would happen?
Mary, thank you. It's Wendy. I'm going to answer your question for you, hopefully answer it for you. I think we were well aware, Mary, in relation to the challenges with GUAME. So I don't think that what was proposed was actually unexpected. It was the Sheriff Principals deciding collectively, based on the information that we all had as partner agencies, what we could collectively do to try and ease the pressures and support all of our staff, and as well as supporting GUAME and supporting detained persons as well. So there have been many conversations ongoing, and as I mentioned at the start, through the Criminal Justice Board, we've been very alive to all of the issues that have been ongoing. And I suppose the ask of all agencies, not just the Sheriff Principals, was to think about and implement measures that could be taken to ease the pressure a little bit. So whilst we weren't sitting around the table with Sheriff Principals deciding that this was going to be a course of action, I think there was a collective agreement that we would all collectively do what we could to alleviate the pressures in the short term. And if I can just say a couple of bits as well, we are collecting the data for when we step in and we support GUAME. So I think it's important, and I haven't taken a view that we won't do that. I think, as Nikki says, it's incumbent on us when GUAME can't support the system that we step in and we keep the wheels in motion, and we're certainly supporting that, but collecting the data so it's evidence-based. But also there has been a tremendous amount of work done by the Scottish Prison Service and Scottish Government to try and support the GUAME contract. And I think we're certainly starting to see green shoots. That's the right expression that's used when we're just really in the foothills of hopefully an improving situation with GUAME. So I hope that answers your question, Mary, but I'm very happy to take the conversation offline if needed.
Well, thank you very much, ACC, and that's really helpful to know that our interest in our situation, our position was understood. All we can do is make every effort to ensure that we are engaged, and that if we are going to experience problems because of changes, that's recognised by partners. So thank you very much for that.
Does anybody else have any questions at this point? So just a couple of things from myself then. Like Mary, and I'm sure everybody else, we really welcome the approach that Police Scotland has taken, and that some of the concerns that you had at the outset have not materialised. And I think, Nikki, you said this has almost become business as usual, the way that you're dealing with this. But I liked that you have the Monday and Friday meetings, because weekends we could be a particularly difficult point. So I think that's really helpful. But I suppose what I've taken from all this is that this is still
Yeah, Chair, absolutely. I think you're spot on. All of these measures that we were asked to introduce, such as we suspended virtual courts to try and alleviate a little bit of pressure with GOAME. The court service themselves have taken decisions which have positively impacted on GOAME, but they're all interim measures, and likewise with the Sheriff Principal's orders as well. They're interim measures, and certainly the indications for ourselves would be that we should see an improvement in the new year in terms of the recruitment and retention of GOAME staff, which is just a side effect, Chair, I think, from post-COVID and trying to secure the right number of employees. So I'm hoping that we will turn a corner and that will be an improving situation. So thank you.
Okay, well, really appreciate the update. If there's no final questions, can I propose then that we've come to the end of section 2 before we move into section 3, that we take a short 10-minute comfort break? Okay, so it's just coming up to 11:43. I'll be generous. Let's make it until, let's have a 15-minute break then. Okay, 15 minutes. See you then. the next section of our agenda, which is section 3, which is performance and improvement reporting. And paper 3.1 is the quarterly policing performance report for Q2. And we've got DCC Spears, supported by Director McMahon, I believe, to speak to this paper, which is for discussion. So over to yourself, I believe, Alan.
Thanks very much, Chair. Good morning, folks. In the spirit of brevity, I'll just make a couple of comments and I'll pass over to Tom. I'm really grateful to Tom and the team for the enormous amount of work that is done in the preparation of the report, Chair. And I guess you'll be aware that we've got some time next week. We've been doing a lot of work within Police Scotland around the performance dashboard. And I know I've got the opportunity to meet with yourself and a couple of the board members to talk through that and how we might shape this report a little bit differently. So I'm grateful for your time for that. Just a couple of highlights from the report. You'll be familiar that the report again calls out the complexity of the crime that we've been asked to deal with within Police Scotland. Sitting alongside that, we continue to see an increase in violent crime, and we highlight within the report some significant challenges around our resourcing, and to try and move towards a much more flexible, agile approach to resourcing. We are establishing a resource maximisation group, and we're looking at ways in which we can minimise officers deployed to corporate type roles and trying to ensure that we can bolster frontline policing. And again, you'll be aware that a small measure to support that has been the pause that we've introduced around training. That's allowed 90 or so officers to be redeployed back into local policing divisions, and we have cancelled somewhere in the region or postponed somewhere in the region of 3,500 officers from participating in a whole variety of different training activities. And that's about ensuring that at a time when demand is really high, we have maximum levels of resources available within local policing divisions. So with that introduction, I'll just hand straight over to Tom, who'll draw out some key highlights from the report. Thank you.
Thank you, Tom.
Thank you. Thanks to Deb Spears, and thank you, Chair and members. So the Q2 report taking us to the period that finished at the end of September. You'd asked, Chair, at the outset for some insight around highlights and key themes from the report. You'll see consistency around the messaging. Reported crimes are up by over 10,000 based on the same period last year. Acquisitive crime is up by 10%, almost 11%. Across local policing divisions, and we've done some insight work within the report around shoplifting, domestic housebreakings, motor vehicle thefts, and common assault as well. Earlier in today's agenda, ACC Duncan spoke about the work around safe consumption rooms and our efforts to reduce drugs harm. That's a feature of the report as well. There's reference to the conclusion of the naloxone rollout programme. We've made reference to violent crime, which is up by 6% compared to the same period last year. C3 demand also called out almost 1.18 million calls into C3, which is up nearly 5% compared to the same period last year. So, as Deb Spears has said, significant demand. Still an emphasis on vulnerability in terms of the work that Police Scotland undertake, and that's reflected in the report. There's reference within there to missing persons investigations, although there is some positive movement there. There's detail that members will have seen around where particular issues remain in terms of missing persons investigations. We've made reference to areas around our outcome that's focused on sustainability. And around the consumption of electricity, water and so on, really just to give as rounded a picture as we can about organisational priorities and where we're seeking to make progress and making progress. But the point I would probably draw most attention to, just to conclude, Chair, is around further moves towards a better disaggregation of the data. We've provided material within the report between pages 17 and 28 that shows relative comparative performance across divisions, as I've said already, around acquisitive crime, around shoplifting, around robbery, around common assaults. The wider context, as Deb Spears has alluded to, and we can talk about next week when we meet, is that the Chief Constable has stated clearly to the workforce and publicly around what the priorities for the service are to be. In light of that, we're looking afresh at how we prioritise activity and then how we undertake tasking and coordination of resources. And there's some important work that ACC MERS, who's on the call, and the ACC Freeburn as well, worked with us on over the summer period, just to tighten up how we go about tasking what will be more limited resources. And so much of it obviously budget dependent. But Chair, I'll stop at that point and happy to help coordinate or take any questions from members. Thank you.
Appreciate that, Tom. Thank you. Could I open this up for questions? Tom Halpin.
So right from the outset, just to express my appreciation for the work that's ongoing around the disaggregated picture, and the insights in this report are indeed an insight, and it really greatly assists us, and look forward to developing that further with you. So I appreciate that, and my thanks to your team, and Crystal Lee and Tina, and of course the SPA team as well, with Amanda and their team. The picture you've alluded to in terms of acquisitive crime in that area, one specific area that's getting media attention as well, shoplifting, and you can clearly see the rise there, and the issue it is. So I suppose my question is, so what's the response to that? Is there an operational response to that?
Yeah, Chair, if I can come back in
yes,
just before I bring ACC MERS in to give the operational response. It is a significant increase, moving up from 19,244 crimes, up 36.5%. And with that divisional breakdown, particularly in N Division in the north, you can see a really significant step up. It's an indicator that we had highlighted when we did our strategic assessment work more than a year ago, that in the context of the cost of living crisis, we might start to see that move in the wrong direction. It certainly is, but I'll pass across to Tim just to give you a bit of detail on the operational response.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the question, Tom. Yeah, I'm the service lead on acquisitive crime, and Detective Superintendent Andy Patrick, who's the local crime super in Fife Division, is the tactical lead on that. So as you say, a significant increase. As Tom says, cost of living is undoubtedly driving that part of that. Clearly, when we compare against the 5-year mean, there's a number of years in there that because of lockdown, shops were closed, and therefore the 5-year mean number is low, but undoubtedly it is a significant increase. And we are, at the moment, there's a number of wider things. You'll be aware that NPCC have developed kind of an approach to shoplifting, which we are observing very closely. There's been a lot of criticism in England and Wales about the withdrawal of services essentially by a number of constabularies around attending shopliftings. That's not a position that we've adopted in Police Scotland. And we have only in the last couple of weeks met with the Scottish Retail Consortium, and I would meet monthly with Retailers Against Crime to talk about that overall picture. There's a couple of key elements to this. I think we're keen to look at the shoplifting figures in conjunction with the violence and assaults against staff element. So we know from engagement with partners, and when we sit with Marks and Spencers and some of the other big nationwide brands, where you have repeat shoplifters, the likelihood of violence increases as well. So what it allows us to do is to start to engage with partners around a conversation where there's an acceptance overall that with the challenges and demands on policing, we can't attend every single shoplifting, and nor would a lot of the big retailers expect us to. But we are seeking to develop an approach in partnership with those agencies that focuses on essentially what they talk about, volume, vulnerability, violence, as being the big drivers around where we're focusing. When you look across all of the acquisitive crime, it's important to emphasise the role of serious and organised crime in driving these figures, and then low numbers of individuals driving the increases. So only a couple of weeks ago in 5th Division, we charged one person with 55 shopliftings in one go. So again, in many ways, we know that the underlying element of this is that the drivers for this are vulnerable people who have additional needs, whether that's mental health, dependency, poverty, and other aspects, who may find themselves committing crime to basically support themselves. And at the other end of the scale, serious organised crime groups who, in a number of cases, are exploiting children to carry out industrial level shoplifting. And we see that particularly in Glasgow and areas like that. Lots of really, really good local work ongoing. So City of Glasgow is a good example where we've had an intensification event recently with Retailers Against Crime, and lots of really positive activity there. But again, the key bit for me is the scalability of this now. We do have pockets of excellent work. We do have individual things that are working well, and we do have really good partnership relationships. But it's bringing all that together, Tom, into a control strategy where we can show we are now consistently having an impact. I had my gold meeting this morning, actually, coincidentally, before we came onto this, and Andy's working on that piece where we really do want to focus on this as an exception, if you will, and a priority across the piece. So I don't know if that helps. Certainly happy to take any questions.
Yeah, it's very helpful. Is there I get your approach for the vulnerability and the serious organised crime. In terms of, is there any linkage to antisocial behaviour in high streets as well? Is there something there about joining those two tactics?
So 100%. And I mean, again, this was the conversation with Scottish Retail Consortium, which is, I mean, as you know, their concerns will be violence against shop workers, persistent shoplifting, and antisocial behaviour. I suppose what I'm really keen to do is focus on the bigger picture element. So as opposed to, again, individual instances of antisocial behaviour, if Marks and Spencer's, for sake of argument, in the middle of Perth are experiencing that, then every other retailer in the town centre are most likely experiencing that as well. That's a problem that the local community policing team need to sit down with the local authorities, with local retailers, and develop an approach. Because what we want coming out of COVID is safe, thriving public spaces where people can engage, where people can shop, where they can enjoy their time, and actually where we can drive investment into our communities. So again, trying to draw back and look at that bigger picture element and look at how we can use these data points as proxies, if you will. So Marks and Spencer's are one of the large companies that invest in an IT system that we're seeing get access to. It'll not surprise you to know that their repeat offenders from shoplifting are also known to us for a range of other things. And actually, the bottom line question is, how do we work more effectively with partners in those communities to deal with those individuals by way of diversion or prosecution, and get them removed and build a safer environment for people?
Thank you.
Okay, thanks for that. Councillor Chalmers.
Thanks, Chair, and thanks very much for the report. Just associate myself with Tom's comments. It really makes a huge difference. And someone told me that we're soon be seeing ward level, multi-member ward level data as well, which I know some of my colleagues as councillors will appreciate. I just wanted to ask two questions. The report says that common assaults accounted for about 91.5% of all violent crime. Could you maybe give any additional commentary on potential drivers behind that increase? Have you seen any major changes in demographics, for example, involved in violent crime, you know, younger people or whatever? So just that's my first question. And then the report indicates that all 28 local police plans covering the 32 local authority areas were enhanced using public feedback for the 23-26 period. You maybe say a wee bit more about how that was done and how plans have been improved using the public feedback. Thank you, Chair.
Thank you.
Thanks, Chair. I'm happy to come in first on that. Councillor Chalmers, the first question that you asked was about common assaults. I mean, in terms of the raw data and the 31,265 common assaults, there were over 4,000 assaults on emergency workers. And as we've just touched on, and as ACC Mayors has just touched on, there were over 1,200 common assaults on retail workers. So then that reads across to the shoplifting data that we've got within there. I mean, as to insights around the particular demographics of those that are committing assaults, I don't have that immediately to hand. I don't know if maybe an ACC colleague wants to offer any insights on that, but it's not something at the moment I think that we've undertaken any particular research on, or I can give you support on that one at the moment. But let me take that off table. On the second element around local insights and how that's informed the development of local police plans, can I maybe invite Kirsty Louise Campbell just to come in? She's led this process, and I know that public and community engagement was absolutely central to the work. Thank you.
Thank you. Just to confirm, as part of the development of the local police planning process, we used a localised version of the Your Police survey across all of the different local authority areas. We had really good response rates for that. It was open for around a 3-month period, and the output and insights reports that came from that were with each of the divisional commanders, and those were then used as part of a wider research and evidence base to set the priorities for each local area. And in that regards, then commanders were able to play back to local communities why their priorities were focused in on individual areas. So each of the plans that you see across the country, they're not uniform in terms of the local priorities, because they have very much been picked up on and supported by that wider public engagement and consultation. I hope that's helpful. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Kirsty Louise. David, you wanted to come in as well?
Yeah, just on the back of Tom's point there. I mean, there's a high volume in assaults. Steve Johnson leads on violence prevention as on behalf of the force. But I suppose that there's a few elements at play there. I mean, the common assault increase is 5.6 compared to last year, 7.2 from the 5-year mean. We did see a huge drop in assaults during the COVID period, so I think that will reflect in it. But the second bit is that we do see violence changing as a profile. So within that category, you'll have violence against women and girls, you get retail crime, you'll have young people, you'll have, social demographic factors which we need to take account of, and that probably plays into the paper that I'll speak to about the violence reduction unit later on, just in terms of that changing profile. So it's a bit of work we'll probably need to do as part of that. Thank you.
Okay, Maureen, you happy with the responses? Does anybody have any further questions on this?
Hello, Alistair. I don't have a question on that. Can I ask a different question? Is that okay?
Yeah, of course.
Sorry. I was interested in the information in the report relating to assaults against officers and staff. And in Q2 of this year, there were almost 4,000 such assaults, which is an increase compared to the previous year, and just truly awful statistic. Actually, there's been a decrease against the 5-year mean, and so there's some light at the end of the tunnel. But when we look at the number of serious assaults that there were against police officers or staff in Q2, there were 26 in that quarter against 11 in the previous year. Obviously, that doesn't include the time of year such as bonfire night, where we have come to expect there to be an increase. But I wondered if there was any information about, or any thinking about, why there had been such an increase in Q2 of this year.
Who would like to respond to Mary on that?
Alistair, I'm happy to come in very briefly.
Okay, Tom, if you come in, and then Alan Spears.
Yeah, thank you. I mean, as to what has underpinned the rise in Q2, I can't tell you that at the moment. Again, we can take that off table. But I know that the commitment we've continued to make around your safety matters. And actually, there has been a downward trend, as Mary alludes to, the kind of light at the end of the tunnel. We're moving in the right direction, but recent incidents which have taken place in Q3 around Operation Moonbeam, for example, which the Chief referred to last week at the board, are going to send that data in the wrong direction. But I'll defer to Alan at this point. Thanks.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah, thanks very much, Chair. And I did make some comments at the board around your safety matters,
Yeah.
and there's been a number of instances, unfortunately, where officers are putting them in the way of harm between those perpetrating violence and local communities. We've seen that in Niddrie with Moonbeam. We've seen it very recently in Auchinleck in Ayrshire. And I think for us, the importance of having an oversight group around your safety matters is incredibly important. The staff associations are all aligned to the work that we're doing in this group, and what we are doing there is looking and scrutinise the instances where officers are the subject to assault. What's the causal factors? What are the locations, and what learning can we draw from that? So I think, you know, just to give the committee a bit of an assurance that we are completely focused on this, and we're looking at best practice in some divisions and comparing and contrasting. We have stood up a champions network that sits in every local policing division and business area, and we're certainly sharing the data and looking at ways and measures that we can take to try and reduce those really unfortunate instances.
Thanks very much for that. I mean, I did have a very comprehensive answer from the Chief Constable and DCC Spears at the board last week on what's being done to try and you know, prevent these assaults and support those officers who are assaulted. But I just wondered, when you have such significant increase in one quarter, which is, you know, early on in the year, sort of springtime, if there was work done to try and analyse why that might be, and that could help future prevention work. So thank you for the responses.
Yeah. Tom wants to come in again, Mary.
Yeah, Alistair, thank you. It was really just to say that seasonality is a factor here. This particular spike in assaults on officers was around July. And I think that's worth bearing in mind. Better weather, more outdoor activity and so on. And it does increase the risk that officers face. And we've seen that pattern over the course of previous years. So I think it may go some way to explaining it, but it is definitely out with what we would consider to be a kind of expected level. So it's informing the subsequent work that Alan's just described.
Indeed. Thank you very much.
Yeah, and I've got Tim as well, would like to come in on this.
Just very quickly to link with that, yeah, I mean, when you think really this is the first year post-COVID that we've had the likes of Summer City back into Edinburgh, the nighttime economy really has kicked back in. So we're seeing the reversion to, in a good way, a reversion, kind of a revival of our social life and all of that. But with that, unfortunately, comes misuse of alcohol and increased assaults and violence, and police unfortunately having to step into that. So maybe not 100% confirmed on that, but I think that's likely a similar factor leading to all of this.
Okay, thank you. Does anybody have any further questions on this report? No. Just a couple of things from myself then. Any area where you see an increase in demand and a reduction in detection rates is going to be of concern for us. But there's one in particular that stands out for me when you read the report. It's fraud. You know, significant increases against the 5-year mean, 36.8%, and at the same time, a 9.7% reduction in the detection rates. I understand the really complex area, and I think we might touch on it again later in the report. But could you maybe draw out Police Scotland's approach to this particular statistics and fraud in general? ACC Andy Freeburn. Andy, you're on mute, Andy.
Yes, I've just got it. Good afternoon, Chair. Hello, everyone. Yes, we've seen, as you said, this massive spike in fraud, which is basically our online fraud. So 95% of the frauds we're seeing are in the online space. And the vast majority we know of that is not actually happening within Scotland. It's happening out with Scotland. So actually in next week's senior leadership board, so our own structures, I am presenting the 6 kind of big building blocks that I think that we need to do to advance this. I mean, as you say, we're at a stage now where we're seeing about 17,000 of these a year. So on average, about 50 a day, 50 per day, we're seeing online frauds, people losing money, being scammed out of their resources, businesses having to close because of the damage this has done. So I mean, I'll really quickly, Chair, because I'd actually love to bring this formally into the performance board when I go through our own kind of internal structures. But the 6 things that we want to do, number 1, to join up on the UK fraud strategy. There's a multi-million-pound UK fraud strategy that I think we could leverage a lot of support and extra resource if we were to do that. Number 2, to reconsider joining FCRAS, which is the new action fraud. Scotland's the only part of the UK that's not in action fraud. But I said a lot of work to be done with that. Number 3, to change our target operating model. So at the moment, we have a model where the type of approach is a very conventional policing approach. It is a uniformed police officer in a liveried police vehicle arriving to deal with these. I mean, technology's massively moved on. It's in the online space. We need a totally different model. And actually, we have piloted in Tim's area in Edinburgh a new Edinburgh fraud hub. And it actually won the award at the Scotland Cyber Awards last week. That team won the financial team of the year. So that was number 3. Number 4, we're doing a lot of work with the Cyber and Fraud Centre over the last 6 months with Jude McCorry. And that is a Tuesday morning meeting where we link up the financial sectors, the banking sectors, and we've been massively successful in that of just sharing information, being able to kind of stop fraud funding happening. I think fifthly, and really important for me, is we seem to be on the receiving end of these all the time. We kind of wait until people are victims. It's really about time that we started actually attacking some of these people that are doing it, getting into these serious and organised crime groups that are coordinating this, be proactive in trying to prevent it happening in the first place. So by the end of this calendar, by the end of this financial year, we're trying to have within Garcosh a new fraud centre, which will be a multi-agency hub with NCA, with HMRC. And sixthly, I think there is more that we can do to join up Scotland with some of the work that the City of London do, and actually become an even greater kind of international partner in this space, because we know that actually focusing on our efforts in Scotland is not going to prevent this. We need to be global in our approach. Thanks for your indulgence, Chair. I know there's an awful lot in that, but that's the plan I'm presenting to the Chief next week.
Yeah, and once it's been through your own internal governance processes, we would welcome a report coming to this particular committee. So appreciate that. Tim.
Just a quick technical note as well on the detection rates, Chair. There was a Scottish crime recording standards change a number of years ago, which meant that we now have to record the crimes that are committed from out with the territory, which we didn't previously have to do. So in Group 1 crimes around violence, anything that in the sextortion category, which falls under extortion, which almost exclusively is committed out with Scotland, and then that element within fraud is the same. So you see this increase, but going with that, clearly it's exceptionally hard then to detect those because the offenders kind of sit outside. So as Andy says, we work with partners around how we do that, and in some cases those are detected, but some of that increase over the last number of years is due to that recording change. Doesn't account for all of it by any means, but it does explain an element of that increase.
Yeah, no, appreciate the complexity in there. Thanks for that. Bex.
Thanks, Chair. It was just to piggyback on the back of Tim's point, really, around the sextortion work. It's a really important point. Actually, it's a big area in terms of that. And we've just released a sextortion toolkit for people to understand how to manage those offences. And it is quite a big focus on the violence against women and girls work as well, because we know that often women are targeted in those particular offences. So it's definitely on our radar and work that we are picking up in terms of how do we improve our response, detection rate, etc. So I will report on that in the wider sense in the Violence Against Women and Girls update in a couple of boards' time, Chair. Thank you.
Okay, I appreciate you given that explanation there, and look forward to that further update in this important area of work. Any final questions on this paper then? Well, we always welcome this paper. I would endorse Tom's comments at the outset about, you know, the continuous improvement here, the value that disaggregated data is adding to it. We look forward to the meeting next week in terms of developing the performance dashboards. There's clearly, you know, challenges in terms of the changing nature of demand and the volume of demand. You know, there's a complexity in detection that you know, you understand far better than I, of course. But you explain it really well, the approach that is taken. And for me, what sums it up is just how important and valuable performance information is, and making sure that we are delivering for the people of Scotland, and that we move into the right areas in terms of limited resource. So a really valuable paper, and appreciate that, all the work that goes into it. Thank you. Move on to the next item on the agenda, which is 3.2, which is the annual police plan, the mid-year progress report. And I have Director Tom McMahon, who is going to speak to this, and it's for discussion.
Chair, thank you very much. Very, very brief comments. Colleagues, members will have read the paper. Again, to set it in some context, we recognise that there will be concern around a report that simply describes 41 out of 42 actions committed to in the annual police plan as ongoing. And as part of the work that we're undertaking around sharpening up performance reporting, making it more data driven, and visualising that data appropriately, this is one of the products that I think is ripe for a review. I think it's served a decent purpose over previous years. There's a lot of qualitative information in there. I hope it gives members some reassurance about the commitment we've got across the 5 strategic outcomes and the commitments we make. We've been on a bit of a journey with it. Previous annual police plans at times had 90+ commitments within them, and we did spend an awful lot of time tracking progress and trying to check on where we were at with them. This was a much better effort in terms of the annual plan for the current year to condense that activity into something that was more manageable, which is why we have 42 high-level commitments. But it effectively speaks to some of the challenges that we do have, where certainly at the mid-year point of the year, it's hard to say that we have we've fulfilled commitments that we've made. We're endeavouring to do that. The narrative is intended to give some reassurance that we're working to be on track. But ultimately, if we can better align the data that we present to evidence this success, then you'll have less reliance on descriptions of activity, which this largely is. But again, remember, it informs as well the end of year report, the Chief's statutory submission that's then reflected in the annual report and accounts. And again, hopefully gives some reassurance about the work that at times doesn't get visibility, either through performance reports or at SPA full authority meetings, but it's a good source of insight on the activity that's going on across divisions and departments right across the organisation. So I'll stop at that point, but really happy to hear any comments or answer any questions. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. And I have Michelle who'd like to come in.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks, Tom. I mean, I appreciate your comments in relation to it, because actually it may not come as a surprise, but that was going to be the nature of my questions around this, because as you say, it is a description of activity. And I'm not sure how the title annual police plan reflects the content. So it is a good description of that activity, but there's a couple of things that are not clear to me. Is one is the extent to which, albeit that the items are set out or described as ongoing, because it's an annual plan, is the assumption that all that activity will be complete by the end of the year. And if not, you know, what will be? So I'm just trying to, I suppose I'm trying to reconcile the description, the content with the description of the report. And what's lacking for me, I think, in terms of, you know, I appreciate you're talking about continuous improvement, is setting out somewhere the targets that you are intending to achieve within an annual time frame, and then how you, and then when we get that progress report, we'll be able to see the extent to which you are 6 months towards achieving it by the end of the year, for example, or not. So I suppose it's a number of different questions and issues in there, I appreciate, but are you intending to have a new iteration of this that will be more, I suppose, reflective of the title of an annual plan, and the reporting on a 6-month basis will give us a sense of the extent to which you're achieving what you set out in the plan?
Chair, if I can come back. Michelle, thank you very much for the question. I suppose if it gives you some reassurance, our challenges are, you know, we're actually on the same page here around the concerns, if you like. There's a lot of work goes into this report, but the annual police plan as well describes necessarily a lot of business as usual activity and commitments that we make to longer term activity that goes beyond a single year. And I know that's been a feature of our discussions at previous committees. So we're endeavouring to improve that, to make the report more trackable, if you like, that you can then gain some assurance that the milestones that we commit to hitting are being met. What I would say is that with the new Chief Constable's arrival, it's a similar challenge that we've been given. And I think that the next annual police plan will probably be a much tighter document, simply by dint of the fact that the Chief has stated what her top 3 priorities are around high threat and harm, around problem solving and prevention at local policing, and around officer and staff wellbeing. I think that will inform what we then say, these are the priority activities for the coming year. And then we commit to that. And we probably have tried to ride 2 horses at once by telling both an annual story and an ongoing BAU story within the product. So it's a fair challenge, and we absolutely hear it, and we're keen to work with your people, Amanda, Barry and others, to make sure that we get that absolutely right. Thank you.
Thanks. If I may just come back on that. So I really appreciate that, Tom. I think that's really helpful, because at the end of the day, if you want to produce a product that that describes ongoing activity, and you know, then that's fine, but it probably shouldn't be called an annual plan. And I think that's really what you're acknowledging. And also, I think that one of the really critical things about an annual plan is exactly what you've described latterly there in terms of the new Chief Constable's intentions, is what is it that we're going to do this year, you know, and have completed by the end of this either financial or calendar year, and how will we know whether we get there? And the reporting then will actually describe that. And I think that would be a really, really useful product for us to see both those priorities, and also not just the activity, but the extent to which those priorities are being met or not, you know, because at the end of the day, we're all aware of the challenges there are, and there may well be things that are not achieved, and it would be good to see those and to have an understanding of why that is, and whether they're going to be reprioritised for another year, for example. So that would be really helpful.
Thanks, Michelle. Tom?
Yeah, thanks, Alistair, and thank you again, Michelle. I mean, just to be clear, I suppose that the statements that the Chief has made now about the need to reshape and resize the organisation, which will be determined by the budget outcome on the 19th of December, I think that leans us very heavily towards exactly what you're describing. And I think much of the story of the next annual police plan will be about that reshaping and resizing process, and the necessary planning that has to be undertaken to make sure we get that right in the subsequent years. So again, I think things are coming together, tighter priorities and an overarching commitment to reshape and resize. And I think that will probably be the story of the next annual plan. But we'll continue to engage with you on that. Thank you.
Thanks, Tom. Does anybody have any further questions on this paper? I think, Tom, the phrase you used, that we're all on the same page with this, is right. This is an annual policing plan that is written in support of the joint strategy for policing, the strategic outcomes contained within that. So although you're viewing it as activity within any given financial year, it's actually a longer term document as well. And I think we've just got to make sure that we explain and express that in the right manner. And there's a degree of complexity to that, but I think what you've explained today and the acknowledgement of the points made by Michelle will help us to improve this going forward. So it is a useful scrutiny document, but also a useful tool to help manage the prioritisation, the utilisation of resources within Police Scotland. So I look forward to the developments on it. Okay, thank you. So we move on to 3.3, which we have Amanda Coulthard from the SPA is going to speak to this one, a report for discussion, and it's in relation to recent trends and patterns in crime across Scotland. So Amanda.
Thanks, Chair, and recognising that the paper is read, just a few points to highlight in introduction. So, as is described in the paper, it presents publicly available Police Scotland data, and it follows from ongoing discussions through this committee, including discussions today on understanding variation in demand and need at a local level. And indeed the comment made by DCC Spears at the September meeting and again today about the increasing levels of demand and also the increasing complexity of demand being responded to by Police Scotland. You'll see in paragraph 1.8 of the paper, the overall national position does reflect the ongoing reporting in relation to increasing volume of crime across the different crime groups, but it doesn't give insight into local needs, demands or priorities. The data presented in this report show there is no uniformity in trend across our different communities in Scotland, and that the complexity reported at a national level is reflected at local level as well. We flagged in paragraph 1.2 of the paper the really close alignment of this work with the work underway through the local policing service delivery review, which will be discussed at item 4.1 in the agenda, so I won't labour that point in this introduction. Just to flag, it's stressed in the paper, but wanted to confirm that the current year data that are used in the report are based on an extrapolation of Q1 of the year, so they don't reflect that known seasonal variation for some crime types, which again has already been discussed in today's meeting. I won't go into detail in section 2 of the paper as that breaks down the trends and patterns across crime group at local authority level, but do want to draw your attention to section 3, which summarises the evidence variation across the country and over time, which again is directly relevant to the work of local police and service delivery review in relation specifically to variation between urban and remote and rural areas, the insights into areas with high density and how that may inform resourcing and prioritisation discussions, opportunities for sharing practice and learning in areas with lower levels of density or higher detection rates, and then alignment of these priorities to the priorities that are laid out in local police plans for each of the areas. Again, something that's already been discussed today. Happy to take any questions on the process, Chair, but conscious that the detail on how the data are used are much more appropriate for our Police Scotland colleagues on the call.
Okay, thank you, Amanda, and we're open to questions. And Tom, you would like to come in?
Chair, thank you. Sorry, I'm preempting the questions.
It's okay.
I was only going to add a reflection then that I think this is helpful. I think it's a useful, almost proof of concept about what disaggregated data could look like. I think we can work on it together going forward. I think it starts to properly fulfil what we've heard from yourself, Chair, from Tom and others, the previous committees. But I do think it's something that has kind of set a bar, if you like, that we now need to make sure that we can meet and make sure that it's underpinned by the right insights around what underlies that. And there are points of detail around things like the extrapolation of a full year's projected data based on the first quarter and so on, and it's where seasonality and so on kicks in. So there's method issues with it, but they're not so significant that there's not validity in the product. And we're keen to work with you and make sure, Amanda, that it's a feature of what we report going forward. But probably you'll get a better update and insight from ACC Mers, because he's leading the local policing service redesign work, which is heavily relying on good data.
Okay, thanks for that, Tom. Questions? I have Tom Halpin. First of all,
again, just to express my appreciation, we're starting to see this richer picture, and I take on board what Tom says there around the insights and the methodology, and working together. I'm sure we'll get that. And while there is that variation across communities, it does start to demonstrate that some areas persistently experience higher levels of crime, etc. And so my question is, how does this work then tie in with the policing review, which I know Tim's going to touch on hopefully, and but also the demand unit? I mean, how do we respond to that as a whole rather than just as a local?
Yeah. Thanks for the questions, Tom. Tim?
Thanks, Chair. I think it's the $50 million question. I suppose a couple of bits for me, and I'll not go into the detail that we will with the service delivery review. But I suppose this review is looking at really just crime rates and detection rates, which are two elements of kind of the overall demand work that we're looking at. But in isolation, they don't necessarily give you the full rich picture. So as Tom says, it does show the differential and impact on communities when it comes to levels of crime. What it doesn't capture is overall number of incidents. It doesn't capture travel time to incidents. It doesn't capture, the load based on policing through mental health, through missing persons, through events, through all the other aspects that make that up. The service delivery review work with the demand and productivity unit takes it to that level so that we can start to look at and understand all of that, and adds to that all of the insights that we've gathered from the discovery work that we've now completed in Forth Valley Division and in the Highlands and Islands. And again, you'll recall the reason we chose those two divisions was that they were a different profile. So we're not just talking about urban areas like Falkirk or Stirling, we're also looking at our remote and rural areas and our islands to understand the stories that go underneath that data, and being able to bring all that qualitative information together as well as the quantitative. And we will be in a position, not to spoil the update later, but we'll be in a position to start to share that soon. And I think that will augment the work that's being done here. I think in the performance space, that comparison of data can be helpful. It can also be a little dangerous, I think, and out of context doesn't always tell you the full story. So I'm keen that we kind of support the work that is represented in this paper. The other bit I suppose I would push into is just the conclusion around the idea that, and I would agree with the view that no one size fits all when it comes to policing in Scotland, and that's certainly not something that we would ever want to achieve. There's no way we can create a cookie cutter model for policing in Scotland. But one of the really big, probably surprising themes coming out of the service delivery review is there are an awful lot more commonalities between communities and policing divisions across Scotland than previously we may have believed. And that does allow us to develop consistent standards, quality measurement, resourcing models across Scotland, which we don't currently have. So I think I would measure the conclusions in the paper around the sense that we absolutely need to develop our levels of service and deliver our services in partnership with communities. But I think part of this work is going to be starting to challenge that idea that every single policing model has to be completely unique, because certainly from your perspective, I would imagine that makes it virtually impossible to benchmark, and certainly from the perspectives of the executive around understanding why is performance in this area so different from that area. But certainly really, really supportive of the work and really keen to add to it through the service delivery work. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Tim. Gillian, you'd like to come in?
Thank you, and thanks, Amanda, for your paper. It was just, I was going to cover this in my next update, but I think it's probably relevant now, just that The demand and productivity unit have been building recently on our demand profiling tools. We've created a new product, and we've always been really clear of some of the gaps within that tool around rurality and resilience. But we've recently created a product where we're looking at that. We're looking at the demand, the rurality, the resilience of that demand, and officer safety, and we're trying to overlay that with the data sets that we've got. So we're continually improving the products that we provide, and happy to have further discussions around that. Thanks.
Okay, thanks, Gillian. Tom, are you happy with the responses you've had? You initiated this part of the discussion.
Apologies, I lost my cursor there. No, yeah, I really welcome this insight that we're starting to develop. And there's been a long lead in into this and lots of discussions, and it's clearly at the early stages of how it will be developed for board purposes. I know that it's really well developed, Gillian, and within, you know, the demand and productivity unit. We know that within the policing review, there's a sophistication, etc. And if you're working with that, then that's excellent. But if you're sitting above it, just hearing that it's all going on, then you don't have the benefit of that insight, that level of insight. And it's how we use that insight. And because, as Tim has highlighted there, well, we know there's difference. There's a lot of commonality as well, and therefore you can ask questions about certain areas and things like that without it in a constructive and positive way so that we all develop together. So yes, I'm satisfied with the answers today, subject to that work continuing now.
Tim?
Thanks, Chair. I suppose just to make the obvious point that it's a timely paper, given that you know, for the first time now, we can say we're on a single crime system for the whole of Scotland. So a lot of those conversations before that were challenging around the fact that we didn't even have a consistent single system, you know, all of that is now, you know, dealt with thanks to, you know, Andrew's work and the team that rolled that out. So that definitely does, from a crime perspective, allow us to start to do a lot more analysis and comparison across the piece. But thank you.
Yeah, no, thanks. I don't think we can overstate the significance of that comment you just made there, Tim. It's an invaluable tool for a national service here within Scotland. So all the people that worked on bringing that together really deserve a lot of credit. Well, what I'm hearing is that this paper is welcomed, and that it's something that will be developed further, and it will add real value ultimately to the scrutiny process. But we hope, alongside the other tools, will add real value to assist in decisions to be made in allocation of resources and priorities within Police Scotland. So thank you very much for that paper, Amanda. Gillian, you've already joined in the discussions. We appreciate that. But we're now on to 3.4, which as the head of the DPU, you're going to speak to us about the HMICS assurance review of PS demand analysis and management. So over to yourself, Gillian.
Thank you, Chair, and happy to take the paper as read. I'll just pull out a couple of key points. So on the demand review from HMICS, we were given 12 recommendations. I'm happy to report that all bar one of them are now closed. We have 3 closed recommendations that will be coming up for further scrutiny, and they're around the promotion of our products, scrutiny and tasking and coordination. But some of that further scrutiny will be picked up within the strategic workforce planning review and next year's SPA and strategy and performance review, of which we are integrated and working on. The other couple of closed recommendations that I just wanted to pull out was 11 and 12, and that's around the team capacity and sort of our data science work. So there has been an acknowledgement from HMICS that the DPU do have limitations on capacity with the numbers within the team, but we are creating a forecasting pipeline with our 2 data scientists. And just touching on the value of academia, we're also engaging with the Chief Data Office in terms of the data science MSc students that they have in there, being a critical friend to some of the projects that are worked on in that space. And also we are engaging with Edinburgh University on taking some of our products further around the rurality and resilience piece. So there's been some grant funding that's been provided, and we're really looking at sort of a simulation and optimization framework for resource planning management within Police Scotland. So there's some good work undertaken there, and I'll report that in due course. The one remaining recommendation that we have is recommendation 7, and that's around organisational design support. So we have been heavily involved, as probably will get talked about by ACC Tim Mayers, in the LPSDR meetings, and we showcased that product I was talking about there in relation to what Amanda was saying, a new product that we have, which is actually taking our demand profiling tool that step further and looking at rurality and resilience and officer safety amongst that. And that's been broken down at divisional level, but again, we have the data that sits behind that, so we can start to look at that in more granular level if required. But I'll stop there, Chair, and happy to take any questions or comments. Thanks.
Thanks for that, Gillian. Can I open it out for any question or comment at this stage? No. Oh, sorry, I've got Tom McMahon coming in.
Chair, thank you very much. Just a brief comment to add to Gillian's, which is that I think the DPU has shown the value it can add in terms of the analytics space. But with the journey ahead, with reference to DCC Spears' comment about resource maximisation and the effort we're going to make in that space, we're going to start to pivot the focus of the DPU towards the productivity side, and making sure that we're getting maximum productivity output from the resources that we do have, which are going to be more limited. But the demand analysis and the evidence base we now have around that is actually solid and consistent. It's informing the work that Tim's leading around local policing design, and I expect us to now treat that as a kind of fixed part of the landscape. But the challenge now, which actually HMI pointed us towards as well, is to step up on the productivity side. So that'll start to be more of a feature of the team's work. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Tom. And Tim, you would like to come in?
Yeah, just tying Gillian's point and Tom's together, the piece about service design, we couldn't do what we're doing at the moment on the service delivery review without the support of the DPU. I think we probably have some of the best data sets in the UK when it comes to policing. The real challenge now is the so what piece, so actually translating that into, so how do we make effective decisions about our resource levels and our responses within that. And I suppose over the last couple of days, as we start to consolidate a lot of the SDR work, sitting in the room yesterday with the data scientists and the police officers and DPU alongside the user research people and the service designers from Service Delivery Review, was the first time I felt we started to have those really meaningful conversations. So the resourcing of local policing divisions and how we calculate those numbers against demand is now a priority element for me within the Service Delivery Review. That will become a real priority for us depending on what our financial settlement is this financial year, because we will have to potentially make informed decisions about how we reduce our resourcing footprint to live within our financial envelope. And the work from DPU combined with the service design folks is fundamental to that. We can't do that without that. Otherwise, it will just be finger in the air stuff. So real massive endorsement for Gillian and Tom and their team. They always deliver way more than the resources they have, and they're always the first team to be there to say, how can we help and how can we support?
Yeah. Well, Gillian, I think that was a ringing endorsement for you and the team, and actually probably puts a lot of pressure on the team as well, you know, given that the challenges that Police Scotland will be addressing as we go forward, and the evidence base that you will help to form in terms of, you know, where and what is the demand, and how productive is the resource in terms of addressing it. So that's a ringing endorsement, and I look forward to that report and to that work in the future. In relation to this report, you know, you've had the HMI, you had 12 recommendations. You've effectively discharged 11 of those 12 recommendations. You've got one that's outstanding, but you've got a timeline and works in progress to do that. So that is what we'd like to hear. It's just when that's concluded, but it sounds to me like very good progress has been made in response to this report.
Yes, thank you. Very pleased. Thanks for your comments.
Okay, thank you very much. 3.5, which is the ICVS quarterly performance report. And Scott Ross is going to speak to this. It's for discussion. I believe we did have a visitor, but something's cropped up and the visitor has been unable to support us today. Over to yourself, Scott.
No, thanks, Chair. I've got Kirsty Scott on the call today as well, but I'll take the paper and appendix as read, but I'll give a brief introduction to the paper if that's all right. Before I do this, though, Chair, I just wanted to thank the dedicated independent custody visiting team at the Scottish Police Authority and the visitors, obviously, who are key to keeping this scheme running, and obviously give up their free time to help ensure the treatment of those who are detained in custody. I want to take the opportunity to also highlight that the Independent Custody Visiting Scheme in Scotland has won a Gold Award, Chair, from the Independent Custody Visiting Association. And gaining gold accreditation for a large scheme is rare, and the team and visitors should be obviously commended for their hard work and dedication over the last few years, which resulted in that award. In terms of the paper itself, in this quarter, I'm pleased to report that during 274 successful visits to custody suites and discussions with, I think, about 402 persons in custody, there were no concerns regarding OPCAT, which is the optional protocol to the Convention Against Torture and other cruel, inhumane or degrading treatment or punishment of those deprived of their liberty. The key kind of area that's raised within this report is in relation to washing and showering facilities. We've had 34 issues raised during this quarter in relation to washing and showering, and 22 of those remain outstanding. And it's just because we couldn't get confirmed that they were given a wash or a shower or access to that during the time. As you know, Chair and members, that the visitors continue to hold high standards in terms of access to washing and showering facilities. We are aware as a scheme and visitors there are a number of complex interdependencies on which access to showering is dependent. For example, how many individuals are waiting for processing, how busy the suite is, the mix of officers and staff, the estate issues as well that exist within the Police Scotland estate, or awaiting forensic examination as an example as well. However, access to washing and showering facilities is a topic which the scheme has highlighted in its annual report, and one which visitors are quite attuned to, and we would obviously ask Police Scotland and request them to ensure to the best of their ability that detainees are given access to washing and showering facilities as soon as possible when requested. And then finally, just in terms of overall concerns raised in this quarter, I'm pleased to say that around 80% of these were resolved at the time of the visit, which is really good to see. It's higher than it was last quarter. Around 11% of these were resolved subsequently, which was great. And 9% of these were then unresolved at the time of this report and writing this report. And that's something that our coordinators continue to engage with inspectors about. So that's all I'd like to say, Chair and members. Kirsty and I are here to take any questions about the scheme, and obviously ACC Middleton and Chief Superintendent Nikki Russell is also here too. Thank you.
Thanks for that, Scott, and welcome, Kirsty, as well. I would just first of all echo the value that the visitors provide, and really do appreciate that the time that they give up. It is a really important service that they provide. Over to members. Any questions? No. Quick question I would ask then is just for it's probably yourself, Nikki, actually. Scott alluded to some of the challenges around providing detainees access to washing and showering facilities, but it has been raised consistently. So I wonder what your thoughts around that area are.
Yeah, thanks so much, Chair, and thanks again to Scott and Kirsty. Coincidentally, I've got some time with Kirsty tomorrow, just to have a proper meet and greet and introduction. Yeah, it's crucial, ultimately, the ability to provide that opportunity to wash and shower. And I think, you know, my observations coming into the CGSD portfolio is, yes, there are occasions where we are busy, where we may be restricted with kind of male, female staff, but actually that shouldn't prevent us from allowing people to wash. Certainly hands after being at the bathroom, where our estate is not built in order to facilitate that. So, Chair, it's something I've obviously read the report. It's something I'll pick up and I'll continue to engage with Kirsty and Scott as we progress through independent custody visits. And it's something I'll look to ensure that we've got better understanding across all of our facilities moving forward. The custody staff, as you know, are really focused on the care and welfare of people that come into custody.
Yeah.
And this is something that quite clearly should be at the top of the list from that kind of element of human rights kind of perspective, notwithstanding, you know, just kind of basic hygiene approach. So it's something I'll pick up, Chair, and continue to push across the portfolio. Thank you.
Thank you. Appreciate that, Nikki. Wendy, I see you'd like to come in on this.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, I would echo Nikki's comments, and just for absolute clarification, I don't think it's acceptable that people are not able to wash their hands after using the toilet. So I just want to be really clear around that, and that will certainly be my instruction. And Nikki's absolutely right. We're constrained at times by the estates that we have, and we'll come on to that in the next agenda item. However, that doesn't excuse the fact. There's also something for me, Chair, just in terms of my previous comments around holding people for court, and the fact that the feedback we're receiving is we're holding too many too long. And I think that probably feeds into this wider discussion as well, whereby the custody suites become really busy, we become stretched with resourcing, and therefore people don't potentially get showered when they should. So it all is interconnected. We're very alive to it, and we will try and work our way through that and resolve it. Thank you.
Yeah. Okay, thank you. I appreciate the reassurance that we're receiving here today about the focus, and you're unequivocal, really, and what you're saying, that it's just unacceptable if you can't wash your hands after going to the toilet. It's fundamental, you know, for people. So we look forward to seeing progress in this, you know, in the very near future. So thank you very much for that. Any final questions on this paper? No? Okay, what I'm going to suggest, I'm conscious now that it's after 1:05. Could we have a 35-minute lunch break and then come back after lunch, and that should give us ample time to cover the remainder of the papers. We're scheduled for a 4 o'clock finish today. Everybody happy with 35 minutes? Is that long enough for you? Okay.
Perfect. Thank you.
Okay, so we'll see people at 13:40-ish. very productive morning. I appreciate everybody putting so much into it. We've got a 4 o'clock scheduled finished. Got still a number of very important papers to cover. So if we just press on with the agenda, just remind everybody that the papers have been read, draw out the salient points, and then we'll open it up to questions. So we're on to item 3.6 on the agenda, which is the HMICS, Lanarkshire and Tayside custody inspection reports and action plan updates. And the lead for that is ACC Wendy Middleton, and this is a report for discussion. So Wendy.
Thanks, Chair. Good afternoon again, everybody. As before, I'll do introductory comments and then I'll pass over to Nikki that leads on this for me on the daily basis. I think this is a really helpful approach that HMICS adopt in Scotland with Healthcare Improvement Scotland. I think that's to the benefit of everybody coming through the custody environment, and certainly it's not something that I would have been used to in another jurisdiction. So I think that's a real credit what's happening here in the custody environment in Scotland. Just in terms of offering some reassurance around how this is managed, so we have a really good relationship with HMICS, very keen to incorporate the comments from ICBS, which Scott had reported on previously, in terms of informing strategy going forward and direction going forward. But we take all this information, have meetings with HMICS in terms of the reports. They take me through the detail of it, and then Nikki and the team will develop an action plan around that. I like to give the custody suite maybe between 4 and 6 months to have an opportunity to embed the changes that need to happen and any of the learning that has been uncovered. And then I go and visit the site. So I was in Dundee on the 17th of November, and I'm going to Lanarkshire next Tuesday as well, both custody suites there. So just in terms of reassurance that there is oversight of what's going on in our custody suites. There are some common themes, and I would imagine you'll get a report in due course around Dumfries and Stranraer that have been inspected as well. There are some common themes and some constraints that we do experience, and they've already been alluded to today, but particularly in terms of our estates, and no more so than in Tayside. I have to say it's been a very long time since I've seen a custody suite that it is probably beyond its end of life, if I'm being really honest with you. And I think some of the issues that were explored by HMICS in the Tayside report are very much down to the actual geographic layout of the custody suite. It is over 2 levels, and people are trying to make the best of what is a very bad situation. But we're progressing some discussions with the states around what the possibilities are, understanding the financial pressures that we have. But I think we really are going to have to do something in Dundee. I don't think that's sustainable going forward. We also have common themes emerging around recording of information, recording of property, and that's just about reinforcing to our staff practices to make sure that they protect themselves as well as protecting the integrity of the property and not leaving anybody open to any complaints of property going missing. We've issued iPads to our staff in relation to making sure that they're able to contemporaneously record any inputs that they need to in terms of observations or anything that's going on in the custody suite. And again, we're just reinforcing the continued use of that. I know there have been some technical issues with that. We have made progress in terms of fire safety. So I think at the last meeting, we had a feedback in relation to an HMICS inspection, and fire evacuations were a challenge for us, but we've successfully completed those now in terms of Lanarkshire, and we'll continue that approach right across the estate. And training will remain an ongoing issue as well, and I'm very committed to make sure that we have high levels of training across our custody staff. So Nikki, I'll hand over to you now, and I'm happy to take questions at the end. Thank you.
Thanks, Wendy. Nikki?
Yeah, thanks, ACC. Thanks, Chair. Yeah, again, I'll take the papers as read, but I will cover a couple of highlights, Chair. So the Lanarkshire inspection contains a total of 15 recommendations, 9 of which are for Police Scotland, 7 areas of improvement, 4 of which are for Police Scotland, all detailed within the report and subsequent appendix. Tayside contains 8 recommendations, of which a total of 4 are for Police Scotland, and 6 areas of improvement, of which 5 are for Police Scotland. As you'll have seen, the detailed reports and action plans that are attached highlight what those improvement areas and recommendations are, the subsequent risks, outcome and background to them, the management response and proposed action, the current timescales and status for us to monitor progress as we progress with them, and those are detailed throughout. Obviously, both action plans have significant elements within it. What I would say, Chair, and just for reassurance to the committee, is what we don't do is look at these in isolation. So, for instance, the learning for one custody suite, we take across all custody suites across the country to ensure that actually we're at the appropriate standard. I'm pleased to report that there is already significant progress against these action plans. And again, some of those elements are detailed within the paper, such as the ACC mentioned tablet devices now across the majority of custody suites, a series of quarterly engagement forums with custody staff, ongoing training and support for our staff. I just had a session last week to see the version 2 of the dashboard, which we'll look to update and hopefully have rolled out in very early into the new year. 94% of officers across CJSD completed naloxone training, and I'm in engagement with staff associations about police staff and the supported usage of naloxone. And we continue to look at testing and exercising across the custody suites around significant injuries and deaths. And I'll look to bring a session together next year to support and enhance the training of our staff. So I won't say too much more, Chair. There are financial implications documented within the report in relation to the custody suites, and we've obviously touched on that already in terms of the estate. And there is some impact there for us as an organisation. There's quite clearly reputational implications should we not be of standard and supporting people that we are having custody, and associated clearly community impact to that and equalities. But just for reassurance again, all of which are detailed and supported through appropriate EQHIRAs. So I'll not say too much more, Chair. The reports are there with the associated action plans, and just reassurance to the committee that I will be scrutinising those and supporting the delivery of the actions across the country as opposed to just both areas. Thank you, Chair.
Yeah, thanks for the introduction, Wendy, and then the detail from you, Nikki. Very comprehensive. If I could open it up to members for questions, comments. Tom Halpin.
Thanks, Wendy and Nikki. Beyond the HMI's recommendations, increasingly as we reshape the estate, custody facilities will be in different locations in some areas. And one of the dilemmas we have is how far away is too far away, you know, and access to local communities, people who are vulnerable being released at late hours in the night and things like that. Have you started to form sort of standard operating procedures, sort of, I don't know if it's the right phrase, but what's the basis of that, that, you know, you've got set standards for that, for the location, so that we can reassure communities that it's not just about where we want it to be, it actually is about being in the right place?
Tom, I think that's a really good question. I've heard you raise similar before, and it has been in my mind. As was alluded to previously, we are going to have to reshape and resize the Criminal Justice Services Division. And I think, to be very honest with you, Tom, some of our estate is brilliant when you look at the likes of Kitty Brewster custody, and some of it is truly awful when you look at Dundee, West Bell Street. And we can't afford to sustain all of them, because I don't think we can sustain them to the right level that we need. So we are going to have to make some decisions around that. But I tie in very closely with Tim around the local policing service delivery review. And Tim has done an amazing amount of work on the team in collecting data. And this is where we'll have to be evidence-led, Tom. It's not going to be about me sitting looking at my custody suites and just going with a feeling in my water around it. We are going to look at the data, marry it up with the demand, with population, with the best evidence that we have. And you're right, Tom, it's not going to please everybody. It's not going to be where the custody suites are right now. And we're not going to have the funds, as much as I would love to build new suites in other areas. We're not going to be able to do that across the board. But we will be really thoughtful about where we have our footprint. But it does tie in, and this is where I would be keen at some stage to discuss more around the criminal justice improvement work, because there is, and you'll already have had a flavour of it this morning, there is a push at the moment to try and make sure that we really do embed the Criminal Justice Act, the presumption of liberty, and that we're very balanced around who we bring into custody, and those that need to come into custody, and those that we can deal with through other ways and other means, that we can do so. And I think that if we connect all of it, and we pull all the levers at the same time, that will reduce the amount of footfall coming through our custody suites as well, but in a really measured and thoughtful way, as opposed to just closing custody suites, which is not the plan, and that's not the approach we'll be taking. But when we've pulled all those levers and we've taken the data that Tim and the team are pulling together and going in the direction in parallel with them and where local policing is going, we'll certainly be running alongside them in support, Tom. But to reassure members, I mean, I have not made any decisions at all about any custody suite closures, despite speculation even internally that custody suites have been identified. I honestly haven't. And I'm very much enjoying going out round the custody suites on the back of HMICS inspections, but also more widely to meet staff and see the incredible work that they do in some of the most awful conditions. And we're bringing people in to some really awful conditions. And when I think about Tom, I was quite shocked recently, and I appreciate there've been really bad weather, particularly affecting the north of Scotland, but the custody suite had flooded, the ceiling had fallen in, and we still had people in cells, albeit not in that particular corridor, but the smell of damp, it was just a very unpleasant environment for everyone. So that's my drive, is to try and make sure that we really look after the places that are suitable and are of higher quality, and that we don't invest money in those places that are beyond repair, Tom. But it's a really good question, and it's something I'm very, very alive to. Thank you.
Tom, did you want to come back? See, Tim wants to come into this as well.
Yeah, I suppose I'd like to hear what Tim says as well. I've great sympathy for what's just been described. I'd comment on it at the end.
Okay, Tim.
Yeah, I suppose, again, the benefit that we're seeing from having picked the two very different divisions is, and I suppose I reflect on my own career, starting in Belfast and then working sort of down near the border in a very rural area, is kind of the question of cause and effect. So do we arrest a lot of people because we need to arrest them, or do we arrest a lot of people because we happen to have a custody suite that's 20 minutes away? And when you actually have to stop and reflect and map out the complexity of arresting someone on one of the outer islands in the Outer Hebrides, you're talking a 36-hour process to transport that person to the custody suite, involving 9 separate police officers. So we often, when we talk about arrest and custody and detention facilities, we think of the Central Belt scenario, but actually as Police Scotland, we provide custody across the most diverse geographical environment in the UK and one of the most diverse in Europe. So we already have that challenge that exists around the remoteness and the inaccessibility of custody facilities in certain parts of the country. And so I think you can take some of the learning from that. One of the things we want to explore is that issue of how many people actually do we need to detain and arrest? How long would it take them if we took them to less custody facilities that were better equipped, better staffed, better resourced? And then actually we seek to divert others away through non-court disposals. And if they have to be interviewed, that we do them by non-custodial means. That reduces our kind of hospital watches, it reduces our custody watches, it reduces overall the transport time. But yes, what it does mean ultimately is that when you do make out an arrest, you may have to travel further to get that person to an adequate facility. So I think in many ways it's all of these points, Tom, and trying to get it to a point where it's acceptable. But obviously the big point around it all is it's a bit academic if we don't have the capital to invest in new custody facilities and get them up to standard. So I don't know if that helps. I think there's more work that needs to be done. But from, like Wendy says, you know, within the financial pressures we now have, can we afford the level of custody facilities we have? And is the fact that we have a lot of custody facilities that are close to big urban populations simply meaning that in a lot of cases we're arresting people who, if they were on an island or if they're in a rural area, could quite effectively and safely be managed without custody? And let's not forget, even a well-run effective custody environment, you're traumatizing people by bringing them into those environments. I wouldn't like to be locked in a cell overnight, and certainly if there are children in the house and other things when you think about your adverse childhood experiences. So there are knock-on consequences to the level of arrest and detention that we're currently using. I think, like Wendy says, it's a joint piece right through from the local police and divisional element, actually right through from the C3 element at the outset of the call, all the way through local police and divisions, and then right through into the custody criminal justice end of it.
Thanks for that. Tim, I mean, it adds to the narrative I'm talking about here. And I mean, I do have personal experience of policing the Hebrides, so I know what that remote situation's like, and urban. It's fundamentally, I mean, the description, Wendy, that you gave, if we'd heard of that in a foreign state, we would be appalled, and we're hearing about it in our own doorstep. So that's really unfortunate, and I'm sure you'll be endeavouring to keep people away from that situation. But we pride ourselves in having a human rights-based approach to policing, evidence-led and rights-based approach. And I do think that apart from where that is, there's a bit of work that needs to be looked at in terms of the purpose of arrest, etc. But that's clear. But actually, our operating procedures, if we do have less, and by need they have to take them further, and from that there's a benefit that actually it's although there is independent, the custody suites are now independent of the operational policing to make those decisions based on arrest. So I'm making the assumption that that's working, and therefore that they are only in there because they need to be arrested. And if they're not, then there's something to be said about that. But there's things like if we are releasing people during the night, many miles away from home, that we don't just abandon them in the street, and that we're explicit in our operating procedures about that, because it's reassurance around it being a rights-based approach. That's what I'm talking about.
Thanks, Tom.
Yeah.
Wendy.
Yeah, thank you, Chair, and thanks, Tom. And I think that's absolutely, we're on the same page. And, you know, if there were to be closures, they'd have to be subject of equality impact assessments, and we'd have to understand what the risks and what the benefits were. I mean, I am struck by what Tim said, and I know I've had experience of that myself. And you're right, Tom, you know, the independence of the custody staff, they should be holding firm in terms of their decision making. The reality is that they are trying to support local policing and CID and specialist officers in what they're trying to do. And I think sometimes the CJ Act is just not, the lawfulness is there, absolutely, and I'm absolutely reassured by that. The proportionality for me, and I think it's because we haven't actually been explicit about the other options that are available and how to use them. So we're really doing quite a bit of work at the minute to try and take people on a bit of a flow chart, a bit of a journey of, is this an offence that can be dealt with by a direct measure? If the answer is no, that's absolutely fine. Let's move on then. What are the other options that we have available? And I think that my observation in coming into this organisation is that we have a fantastic system of custody staff who are police officers who look after the legal aspects, and then we are complemented by police staff in terms of CJ PCSOs who look after the welfare. I've never seen that before, and it works exceptionally well. I think for me, though, it's just around that proportionality of custody being a facility. So what are you needing it to facilitate when you're making that arrest? And you will know this, Tom, from your experience. Is it because you have a warrant and you need to take that person to court, or is it because that detention is necessary to progress the investigation? And if it's not either of those things, then you've got to look at an alternative option. And I'm just not sure that we're into that in a really steady rhythm at the minute. And that's what we want to encourage. The CJ Act was a real sea change for everybody. It's not an easy piece of legislation, if I'm being honest, as an outsider who's used to pace. It's not particularly straightforward. And so we need to just keep reinforcing it and reinforcing it. I don't think it's sufficient to say we've done it once and that's enough. But your points are well made, Tom, and definitely we'll take them into account with any decision making. Thank you.
Okay, does anybody have any further question or comment on this paper? No? I think, just to conclude it, steady progress is being made in relation to the recommendations. I think you've articulated very clearly and with a degree of passion some of the challenges that exist around custody. It was really good to hear that lessons that are learned from these are not just restricted to the areas that are reported on and vice versa. You know, spreading good practice, good learning and insight across Scotland. I think that's really valuable. But I think also what came out from the discussion is that you know, this sits within a wider conversation. The use of custody suites, you know, things like estate, of course, it sits within that. But you know, the approaches to alternatives, the model that we put in place in the future. But that's not concluded. All of that conversation. But what I took from today is that certainly the place that custody suites have within all of that will be well argued and understood, so that we can make some steady progress on it. Does that reflect fairly where we're at? Yeah. Okay. Thank you for that. We'll move on then to the next paper that we have on the agenda. It's really good to welcome the National Crime Agency 6-monthly report, and I've got ACC Andy Freeburn who's going to introduce this for us, and that's a report for discussion. So over to yourself, Andy.
Thank you, Chair, and good afternoon again, everyone. I'm going to only make a very few opening comments and then just pass back for questions. Yes, on the call we have Jerry McLean, who's the NCA Regional Head of Investigations for Scotland, and Detective Chief Superintendent Dave Ferry, who leads our serious and organised crime, and my counterpart Beck Smith, who leads on the human trafficking theme. And I'll just open by saying, at the risk of stating the obvious, is that we don't keep the people of Scotland safe from organised crime by simply policing Scotland. And you will see that the NCA's focus is very much overseas, online, upstream. And this completely complements then the local work and the delivery that Police Scotland undertake. It's an exceptionally strong partnership, well established, and the NCA provide us with intelligence, additional resource, different and specialised capabilities such as dark web capability, but also a gateway to the rest of the world where we can prevent, we can subvert threats before they ever reach the shores of Scotland. And the key part of this is the co-location and interoperability of our organised crime partnership, where nearly 40 officers from both Police Scotland and the NCA work in partnership. They conduct joint operations from the Scottish Crime Campus at Gartcosh. And our key work, as you will see from the slides, is high harm drugs, child sexual exploitation, firearms, human trafficking, fraud and money laundering, and cybercrime. And we assess these as posing still the highest threats, risks and harms to the people of Scotland. And I know that the NCA Director General, Graham Bigger, recently attended the SPA and provided a lot of those high-level performance figures, which, as a reminder, are in the last 6 months, NCA delivered 18 operations which had a major or moderate impact in Scotland, and in the last 6 months, NCA and Police Scotland have collaborated in 38 support disruptions. So what we have done in the slides is provide, I guess, more of an operational flavour, some specific examples within the slides to bring it alive a little bit for the committee. And I'll stop there, Chair. Happy to take any questions. Thank you.
Yeah, thanks very much for that, Andy. I don't know if before we open it up to questions, if Jerry or Dave has anything they would like to add at this stage, and welcome.
Chair, colleagues and committee members, Jerry McLean from the NCA is introduced. First of all, I'd just like to say thanks again, Chair, for the opportunity to participate within the committee meeting and just reiterate the commitment that Director General Graham Bigger gave to the full board meeting. That is, although we're a national agency with a lot of international reach and leverage, we are very much committed to working for Scotland, in Scotland, and with the partners across Scotland, in particular Police Scotland, and hopefully ACC Freeburn has touched on some of the really positive outcomes that we have. We've just recently this year, perhaps since I was last with you as a performance committee, we've just released a 5-year strategy. There are some ambitions within that, which I'm happy to take questions on. I think the papers are there. But I think what I would just say around about that is once we pull through some of those outcomes, it will definitely make higher end niche capabilities available to those partners across Scotland and hopefully enrich not only our workforce, but opportunities to work with Police Scotland around about joint training and joint upskilling for our officers. Thank you.
Yeah, thank you for that. Really appreciate it. So if I could open it out to members for any questions or comments that they would like to make at this stage. They'll be coming in. One of the areas then that well, first of all, I appreciate the comment that Andy made that much of the crime that impacts on people in Scotland comes from out with the borders of Scotland. So you need to look across boundaries, and NCA play a critical role in that. And earlier, I asked the question around the ever increasing amount of frauds it appears. I can't remember what you said exactly, Andy, but it's like something like 50 a day. Have been, and most of these are online frauds, and there's a lot of expertise. You actually went into it a little bit, but the NCA plays a key role in this. I think. Could you maybe expand upon that a little bit?
Yeah, of course, Chair. So I touched a little bit on the strategy there. I'm not going to walk you through those. It's quite an expansive document. But I think Andy Freeburn referred to that strapline about upstream, overseas and online. So we're very much leveraging international partners, industry and key sectors. We have liaison officers, over 100 liaison officers covering about 130 countries around about the world. So wherever those threats originate, and often they are overseas, as you rightly point out, then we will do our very best at the earliest opportunity to protect UK interests and thereby communities of Scotland. That upstream piece can be sometimes the professional enablers, the facilitators, those that provide logistical support. So they may not actually be hands-on, if you will, but without them, then seasoned organised crime would find it difficult to continue its criminal activities. So we're trying to be as impactful as we can as a national organisation. We're trying to shape policy and legislation. So we've put a number of provisions into, I think, the second reading in the Commons of the Criminal Justice Bill. So specifically around about fraud, some of that would be about prohibiting the use of what's called SIM farms. So if you think of a SIM card in your mobile phone, these SIM farms lie behind a lot of the unsolicited text messages and scams that we all experience on a day-to-day basis. We are trying to put in other provisions there around about people that use electronic communications for the purposes of fraud. So we're hoping that once that gets through those second readings and through the Lords, that will make it a lot more difficult for those that are operating in that online space, or providing that sometimes niche and quite technical support to those that would want to profit through the means of fraud and decimate some of our communities. So I'll maybe stop there. I suppose the only other thing, I would say is Police Scotland's adoption of or alignment to national risk tools in terms of moral management of risk in law enforcement, some of the performance measures, put us on that level footing so that we do some of our target discovery and look at those high-end, high-harm criminals. We are better able to prioritise and work together towards those shared outcomes and shared ambitions. Thank you.
Thanks for that. I've got one further question that I would like to ask here. You've got your 2023 to 28 strategy, the NCA strategy. Just wondered what the progress was in developing an implementation / delivery plan to support that strategy, and how within that, if and when you do produce this, how the actions and activities related to Scotland within it would be measured and reported.
Yeah, no, absolutely. So, I mean, committee members can take the time to read the strategy if they find time, if they so wish. I think there's 4 key elements. One is about degrading the threat, one is about leading the SOC system and work with partners, one is about capabilities, and one is about our workforce. I think in terms of the first piece about degrading the threat and the high harm, some of that I've touched on. So this piece about being the most impactful, working with partners, is quite well developed, and we're probably quite far down that road. That's probably something as an agency we've been implementing for about the last 18 months, and certainly in anticipation of the strategy. I think to your point, we are asking ourselves the questions, what does success look like, and how do we capture progress against some of those ambitions? And I would expect that we'll provide an update probably at some point in 2024, certainly within that first 12 months of the strategy, as well as revising any change in threat picture and the likes. In relation to Scotland, there is also a separate document, an appendix, if you like, to the strategy, which is a framework, and there is reference within that. I can certainly provide this committee sight of that document if they so wish. That gives both accountability and some of that delivery plan I think you've touched on, Chair, in terms of how the NCA works nationally, but also within the devolved administrations, and sets out the differences between Northern Ireland and how we operate within Scotland. So if you found that helpful, I could certainly share that with you.
No, I think that would be helpful, just to aid the committee's understanding and appreciation of the work that is being done. And of course, we have got, albeit I did say at the beginning, I do appreciate that stuff that impacts on Scotland often originates out with Scotland, and I'm sure things happen in Scotland that impact elsewhere in the UK and beyond. But we do have a focus on Scotland, so understanding, the benefits of the work that's being undertaken in a complex environment and how it's impacting here within Scotland, that would be useful for us at some point going forward. So if you've got that in your thoughts for development, then we appreciate it. Okay, any final questions in relation to this? No, well, we really appreciate you taking the time, coming along to the committee today. I think that's useful, and it's an area that we look forward to hearing about more and understanding more as we go forward. Thank you for that.
Thank you. Thank you.
Okay, so that completes section 3. So we now move on to section 4, operational policing policy, and 4.1 is something that's been touched on throughout the agenda today, is the local policing service delivery review and update. And Tim, as we already know, because you've spoken about it, you're leading on this, and you're going to talk us through the paper today. It's a report for discussion.
Thanks, Chair, and hello, everybody. Some very quick opening comments. There is a paper and a PowerPoint presentation there, so I don't intend to go through either of those. The first is to make the obvious point. I think that and you'll have heard that play out today. The interdependency and the connections between the service delivery review and a vast amount of other work ongoing is enormous. And even in the service design space, it's very hard now to have a conversation in isolation about the service delivery review without also referencing the Public Protection Development Programme led on by Bex, and the modernised contact and engagement work led on by Emma Bond, and the criminal justice improvement work led on by Wendy, and actually even Policing in a Digital World with Andy. All of these come together. And so I would commend the detail that's in the report and in the PowerPoint around the Service Design Hub and Forum, which is seeking to start to bring all of these elements together, and the likes of the Demand Productivity Unit and other enablers, so that these conversations happen in the one room and that we're not having siloed conversations in different parts of the business. And that is delivering real benefit. And hopefully in the future, you'll get less on the individual aspects and you'll start to get a lot more in the combined work and the combined effect that that work is having as the service design approach embeds. Specific to the programme then, as the SRO, I suppose I'm content to report at this stage that the programme is proceeding as was expected. You may recall during the last briefing, we highlighted some staffing pressures that still existed about actually getting the numbers in. That led to a change request to extend the time for the first phase out by 6 months to April. And we now, I'm happy to report, have those staff in the team, and we're progressing at real pace, and the products that were intended to be delivered by April already exist in draft format. So we're ahead of that April window, but we would have struggled to hit the October window. So proceeding really well against the previous timelines around completing the discovery work. The field work has been completed, and as I say, the products are being pulled together. There are details about each of those individual products in the slide pack, and I'm happy to discuss those if there are any questions around that. Another key theme for me is that of engagement and communication. That is a massive piece of our work, and the truth is, I suppose one of my mantras to the team always is, I need you to communicate with stakeholders until the point where you don't think you can communicate anymore, and then I need you to probably go and do it again and keep communicating, because no matter how hard we work to engage, communicate, consult and listen, there is always more that we can do. So I'm happy again to talk into that. I would commend to you the Your Police Strategic Engagement Forum, which had its first meeting earlier in the year, and will meet again in early 2024. And that brings together an awful lot of strategic partners into the room to have conversations about themes and issues that not only affect local policing, but affect all of them as well. And that's a key forum for driving the engagement and the informing around the service delivery review. As we move out of discovery into the more progressive phases, the engagement with local authority partners and others at a local level will really ramp up, and will continue to build. But again, happy to take any questions in that space. There is within the slide pack specific detail and the report around work that we have intensified really over the last number of months to prepare for the potential of a financial settlement of flat cash. That really was to help inform any decisions within local policing that we may have to make if we don't achieve the funding that will allow us to sustain the 16.6 figure that we have moved to. We took a lot of learning as to how we approached that last year, and the sense was that whilst this was very much an acceleration, it was a wise and prudent thing to do, was to seek to accelerate that work so that we can make the least worst decisions in such a difficult financial position. Should we get the budget settlement that the SPA and Police Scotland have asked for, none of that work will be wasted, because it will inform our thinking moving forward, and it will allow us to potentially make decisions in the short term that enable us to start that reinvestment into key frontline services that the Chief Constable has set out to the SPA recently. So again, happy to answer any questions on that piece. But as we speak this week, the team are together, bringing together all those aspects of work, starting to go through those, and then next week will be the options formulation phase, where they really start to bring that piece together. So as you can get a sense, it's a very different style of work, I think, to the more traditional approach. This has been a sprint, if you will, and as I stand right now, there are people sitting in Tullyallen working through all the data and the process maps and seeking to start to think about how we progress to solution stages should we end up in a difficult financial position. And then to the next steps, the key bit I think for us will be the programme brief, which will enter its governance journey at the PMG phase within the next few weeks. and will ultimately come to SLBFall as well in, I think it's January, I'll just have to check that, but and then onwards to the SPA. And that programme brief will set out our direction of travel for the implementation of really the next phase of the service delivery review, how we intend to deliver that, our methodology for that, and the resource requirements for that as well as quite a bit of work on benefits and other aspects. So how do we know if it's made a difference? So that's a very, very quick spin through, Chair, and I'm happy to take any questions.
Again, thanks, Tim, firstly for the paper, for the slide pack, and then for you running us through it there. Could I open this out for questions? Tom.
Tim, you're right. It is a very different way of approaching it in terms of the methodology, etc. And so there's a bit about making sure we're all educated in that as we go through it. In the model, I've looked at the slides, which tells you about the methodology and the sort of the pathways that you're on. And ultimately, when you get the evidence and yet there's difficult decisions to be made, there's an issue called political sensitivity comes into it at that stage as well. And we've seen change programmes at the start of Police Scotland get derailed because that bit just wasn't given enough attention at an early stage, particularly in the north of Scotland. And so there's real sensitivities in communities about change to their local policing. So can you maybe give us a wee bit in the model, where does political sensitivity get taken into account? Or is it just in the discussions, or is it in consultation and broader than that?
Yeah. So I think in many ways, the whole methodology for how we've approached this has been informed by that need to be mindful of the political sensitivities. So you'll recall when we made the decision to use 2 pilot divisions, there were 2 key factors to that. One was that it wasn't just a central belt view of the world. So we were going to engage and research in remote and rural, and the commitment to do that in Highlands and Islands. And when we look through the detail of the user research that we've done, that has included communities and local authority representatives and other partner agencies in those areas. And what that has allowed us to do is develop a very, very detailed and person-informed understanding of the challenges that are faced in the remote and rural communities. And it leads us to some different thinking and conclusions about what we need to do and how we would develop a model for policing in those areas. So we're starting from a different base, and that the evidence base is informed by the very people that we'll need to engage with later to sell a model to, if that makes sense. So that co-design principle, I guess, is the simple way of saying it, is fundamental. The second element was the reason we chose 2 pilot divisions was that folks could look in on that and get a sense of that we weren't going to roll this out to the whole country straight away. We understand the nuances and the differences in areas. So what we wanted to do was this confidence building element of having 2 divisions that with the SPA, with COSLA, with others, we could all look in on. We could test things, we could try them out, instead of just simply saying we're going to roll this out to the whole country tomorrow, that we would be able to introduce it, monitor it, evaluate it, and then decide, is that something that we want to work through? I think those are 2 of the big bits. How we continue to engage and communicate as we move forward is going to be fundamental, and engagement like this with yourselves and the SPA is also going to be really critical. And I mean, I'm open to comments from yourself and other members. I do feel that perhaps the political environment has shifted as well from the early days of Police Scotland, that things are maybe a little more or a little different. And I do also think that the financial climate means that we may have to make difficult decisions that in the past maybe weren't required to. They maybe made sense, but they weren't as necessary. And I suppose for me, that maybe introduces us into a different space. But for me, that engagement from the outset element involving as many voices as possible in co-design and trying to build an evidence base at every stage for what we're suggesting and what we're going to do. And then, to be absolutely blunt, just being realistic about that authorising environment. One of the big factors that creates an authorising environment is the appetite and the politics. So I fully understand that there may be options that we bring forward that we say logically this makes sense. This is the sensible evidence-based thing to do, but it is going to be shaped by the politics within that authorising environment. And my job will be to present the options and to present the consequences of choosing or not choosing any one option, and being able to then reflect that back to the various stakeholders around the implications for that. There may be things that we can do that save us money and resource, but politically they may not be acceptable. Well, then it's reflecting the consequences, which is, well, then we're going to have to carry the cost of that different model, and that has an impact on our ability to invest in other things. So I don't know if that helps, Tom, other than I really appreciate the support of the SPA as we navigate our way through this very difficult environment.
Yeah. Okay, does anybody else have any questions? Tim, if you don't mind, I've got a couple of questions as well. I'm thinking there, and I think you've partially answered this, or maybe you've wholly answered it, but I've not quite picked up on it. I'm thinking about pace and also coordination. And at the board last week, the Chief Constable described a programme of reform for the next financial year in order to support a sustainable policing model, which reflects in response to the budgetary challenges. And I think you've already articulated that well. But given the programme brief will not be brought forward for consideration until early spring, is that of 2024? Can you give an estimate of when benefits will start to be realised, and how much change in the local policing service delivery review will contribute to reform in the next financial year? And just a couple of other questions to put out to you just at this point, which relate to pace and coordination. The authority last week approved the strategic workforce plan. And does that provide a mechanism through which to quickly deliver any resizing or reshaping of the workforce, which may come out of the review that you're leading? And then the final question in terms of pace and coordination, are there any interdependencies which the adoption of new technologies such as body-worn video or desk or any other operational change programme that will impact or enhance the realisation of the LPSDR benefits? So 3 questions there in relation to pace and coordination.
Yeah. No, and really helpful, thank you. And I think this is a really good case study of what the Chief talked about last week. The programme, and as SRO and as a member of the executive, my balancing around this is I need to be able to demonstrate that I'm managing the change in a responsible, auditable fashion. So that's where the formal bit comes at the start around there is a business case in existence for that. I've made commitments around that. I have a resource requirement set out in that. I have my risk register and my timelines are all being managed. And the programme brief will essentially extend the funding, justify that funding, and set out the governance for the programme for the next 2 years. And my hope would be that against the upper time limit, that would be January, whenever that gets to SLB, so it'll be a lot sooner. That then gives you, so at the moment when we come and present to you, we're talking really up till April 24 is the governance pathway, and then we would have been required to increase that. So that sorts that pathway out in the formal sense. In the informal sense, as a member of an executive that had to cut 600 police officer posts last year and did that really within 3 weeks, my commitment is that and some of the service delivery review work data at that time was used to minimise the impact of that as much as we could, but it was really difficult. Absolutely everything that we're doing is focused on supporting and enabling that vision that the Chief has sent out of imagining the organisation and how it will be restructured to live within the financial pressures that we're facing. So the commitment for me is that none of this is being delayed or slowed down by project or programme governance or documentation that has to move through governance. The pace that we're moving at is really intense, and we will be in a position really by the end of this month to start to describe internally the options to the Chief and the deputies around what we could do in year if we had to. because realistically, as we've said, if we get a flat cash settlement or if we get less than we've asked for, we are likely to have to reduce our headcount further. And then certainly over the next 2 to 3 years, what the more systemic things we can do to change. So the commitment is that all of that work is ongoing. And I suppose the challenge for the SPA is for me always to give you that assurance on one side about the programme management bit. So I kind of keep that audit bit right, but also that assurance that the practical outcomes and benefits that you've referred to, those will have to be felt a lot sooner, and will be felt a lot sooner. And we're very close to being able to describe that in more detail. The strategic workforce plan, as you know, has a really strong emphasis on service design as an approach, and therefore it really closely aligns to the approach that we're taking. And I think it's interesting that you talk about, will it enable the movement of resource? I think what will enable movement of resource within the organisation is the decision making by the executive informed by the data, and that will be a collaborative piece of work between people in development, demand productivity unit, the resource deployment unit within ops support, and with the service delivery review team. But undoubtedly, hopefully it's a reassurance that the language and the methodology and approach within the strategic workforce plan is fully aligned to the work that we're taking forward, and that Bex and Emma and Wendy are also, and Andy, employing that service design approach. And then finally, at this stage, there's an awful lot, I think, that we can progress around your question around interdependencies. There's an awful lot that we can progress out with the technical interdependencies, if you will, but clearly there are technical constraints that are arising that we would be keen to address. So you'll all be aware of the multiple systems that police officers have to input after every incident that they attend. That is a significant draw on time. And I suppose some of the estimates we did was that you're probably looking at, somewhere in the region of £3.3 million worth of police resource spent on inputting concern reports for IVPD per annum. And that's all double, the bulk of that is double keyed on data that already exists on other systems. So undoubtedly, the ability to reduce the multiplicity of systems that we're inputting will be a massive benefit for us. But again, the opportunity for this is, because this isn't a static piece of work, it will adapt and evolve over time. Now that we've got Unify live within the system, service delivery reviews able to consider how do we better design local policing to maximise the benefits of that. And similarly with body-worn video and with the likes of Desk, the ability to bring the service design and the business knowledge alongside the technical capability to deliver a joined up business benefit. Because to me, it's about moving away from talking about introducing systems, and it's about moving towards talking about improving business, because that's what this is all about. And if we introduce a system that makes service delivery worse, then that's not a great thing. But actually, if we're enabling a business change that is supported by technology, then that's a success that we want to achieve. So I don't know if that helps, Chair. There were three good questions, but hopefully I sort of covered them off.
Yeah, no, I think you touched on all three of them actually, earlier. But I think you've tied all these issues together really well. Just an observation from me. This at some point in the future, somebody's going to look back on this and ask themselves, is this a great case study of keeping a vital public service running that has an existing service delivery model, whilst changing to a new service delivery model, whilst doing it in, an uncertain political and financial environment. So, the way you've answered those questions actually, I think, describes how you're addressing those big challenges. In the case study in the future, we'll be able to draw lessons from it. So I think it did answer the questions for me.
Thank you, and I think it's a really good point. Drew Harris, who's now the Commissioner of the Garda, but when he was DCC in the PSNI during the early years of austerity, he talked about it's like trying to rebuild the aeroplane while it's in flight, and that is essentially what we're trying to do. We're trying to maintain service. We're trying to look at, as you know, a number of multiple legacy local policing models, all of which, if I'm honest, and you can see from the data, you know, they operate really well. I mean, the performance is broadly good across the system, but there is no single model for a lot of what we do, and that now inhibits our ability to make strong investment decisions. So certainly it is complicated, but that's why we've taken this more considered service design approach. And I think what I'm encouraged by in a way is that when you pick up HMI reports, when you look at, you know, even the SPA reports on mental health, and you look at what's coming out from what we're finding, there is a significant amount of alignment about that. But what our work is starting to do is get to the nuts and bolts beneath that and start to help us understand how we start to positively change these processes. So thank you.
Yeah, I think I'll steal that analogy as well about rebuilding the airplane whilst it's still in flight. You touched on public confidence as you went through this, and the, you know, the high amount of public engagement and stakeholder engagement that is taking place is really, you know, the last point for me is just that ongoing commitment. You know, given the challenges that have been explained so well, that ongoing commitment to public visibility, stakeholder visibility on this is really the last ask I would have, Tim.
Absolutely, Chair, and we will continue to do that. But I'm also always open to challenge and push in if people feel they haven't got enough information or they want more. This is the classic topic. I can give you a 5-minute summary, or I could take a whole day with people. Anybody who does want a whole day, they're more than welcome. So yeah, we will continue to work at that. We will continue to invest in the engagement element. I think what's really exciting for those who were present, there was a mental health workshop facilitated by the service design folks a number of weeks ago. I think, I can't remember how many it was in the end. I think it was, Amanda, I don't know if you remember, but I mean, I think something like 89 out of 90 or 79 out of 80 attendees appeared on the day, an awful lot from the health sector. And what was really encouraging was at the end of that, a really shared understanding of where the challenges and opportunities are moving forward. Yeah. So the service design approach is aligned to Christie, and it is aligned to this idea that we don't have, in order for us to win, other people don't have to lose. There are effective solutions out there where everybody can actually benefit. And I know that sounds a wee bit happy clappy, but I do believe in that. I think there's a lot of things we can still do to deliver a better service, to save money, and ultimately to be a better organisation.
Okay, really appreciate all that. Tim, any closing questions from anybody or comments? No, thank you. Let's move on to the next item in the agenda then, 4.2, and this is a national approach to missing persons and reducing demand, and ACC David Duncan's coming to speak to this, and again it's a report for discussion.
Thanks, Chair. So again, I'll take the paper as read. You'll see from the paper it gives an overview of the processes that we have nationally, which are managed throughout Police Scotland for missing persons of every type. There's a bit of a breakdown in terms of statistics, so a bit of an escalation in terms of trend that we've seen over the last few years, so more demand in that space. The governance process that we have, and a kind of overview of our preparation for, as was mentioned by the Chief Inspector, HMICS's inspection of missing persons investigations. And then there's just a bit of a flavour of emerging practice across Scotland, which we're looking at for consideration of how that should shape our future partnership arrangements around the Philomena Protocol and other endeavours that basically get into the prevention space. So it's not just about reducing demand from missing persons investigations. This is about actually solving the problem before it occurs. Partners stepping up to play a more active role in terms of their responsibilities. And the last bit is just academic research. So work with Glasgow Caledonian around their cold case unit, and asking them to look at risk assessment. So you'll see in the papers there's a few recommendations, one of which is around consideration around whether our missing person risk assessment tool, which was developed in 2014, the start of Police Scotland, remains adequate to cope with the current picture of missing persons and the demands. So a bit of partnership work with academia around that, expected to be completed in summer 2024. But that's a sort of overview. I'm happy to take questions as always.
Thank you, appreciate that. Could I open it up for questions, comments, discussion?
Alistair and Mary here, just to say I think this is looks like a really good piece of work and could give us a lot of benefits. So commend that to the committee.
Yeah, thanks for that, Mary. Appreciate that endorsement. Amanda.
Thanks, Chair. I'm conscious that board member Katrina Stewart was at the postgrad symposium last week where the academic research work with Glasgow Caledonian University was shared, and I know if she were on committee she would want to highlight how much enthusiasm there was for that work and how exciting the development of the risk factors is, and I think it's something that we would want to speak to Mr Halpin about bringing through the Joint Research and Evidence Forum, just to share some of that learning and look at how research and evidence are being used.
Yeah, thanks for highlighting that. Michelle?
Thanks, Chair, and thanks for the report. I agree with Mary. I think it's a really good piece of work. I was just wondering about the issue in relation to children, and particularly children in care, and how that's. I mean, I think it's often a concern that young children and young people are reported missing in care when actually they wouldn't be in other circumstances, and I just wonder about how, or if and whether there's any work going on with local authorities in relation to managing that.
Yeah, thanks. There's work locally and nationally just around that. So, treating people differently depending on the care situation that they are in it is something that's been, I suppose, on the radar for a while. So some of what we are looking at through the pilot activity is trying to give us a perspective on the best way to be more proportionate with that. But that involves a high degree of not just the local authorities, but there's also private providers. Kibble is one example, notable example in the statistics there, where they have to be an active partner, but we're really keen to achieve proportionality between, regardless of whether you're missing from a private dwelling, looked after at home, or in looked after in accommodated care.
Thanks. I mean, I think it's kind of particularly relevant as well because of the tendency for young people to be criminalised in a sense, and that feels disproportionate. And we talked earlier about both Police Scotland and the SPA's responsibility in terms of corporate parenting, and I'm just wondering about how we kind of bring all of that together into something that is more equitable in terms of how care experienced or children and young people in care are treated, not just by police, but actually how they're viewed and how they're responded to.
It's probably something we could bring back to committee if it's of interest, just around that response, just focus on that particular group, and it'll tie into some of the work which again sits in children and young people within the team and preparation for the children's the UNCRC legislation, because we'll have to impact assess elements of that in preparation.
Okay, thanks for that. Thanks, Chair.
Yeah, thanks, Michelle, and yeah, we would welcome that paper coming to us at some point, David. Again, just thank you for the paper. It's a much more complex area, and it has many interdependencies than when you first read the headline of it. And I think the paper explains those really well. And the preventative move, to protect vulnerable people, be they people suffering from dementia or people in other care type settings, and that I think that's really welcome. And there is a lot of good practice out there, and it's the sharing of that good practice as well is something that I would welcome. You know, just a little insight from you on at this moment in time.
Yeah, so we're looking at the scalability of some of these schemes, because a scheme that works in a highly populated urban area might not work in a displaced rural area. So we're doing a fair bit of work to evaluate that. But again, some of the research from the Glasgow Caledonian University around risk factors will influence that as well. So we'll play that in. But effectively, we've got a number of schemes there that we think will probably give us a bit of a perspective on what the best points are and how to apply them within the local context.
Yeah, no, Peter, you know, very complex, and I think the convening power that police have, you know, to help get, you know, keep and sustain the right people around the table, you know, is an important issue here. So really welcome the paper and appreciate the insights that you've provided to us today. Any final questions for David before we move on? No, thank you. So we move on to 4.3 and we invite Wendy Middleton, ACC, back. She's going to speak on CGSD vision and direction, the progress update. And again, it's a report for discussion. So Wendy.
Thanks, Chair. I promise this is the last input from me. Before I hand over to Nikki, I just wanted to provide a little bit of context. So this document was launched in the summer of 2022. And I have to say it was really reassuring when I was appointed at the end of February to be handed a strategy document, a direction and a vision. So my thanks to Kenny MacDonald and Gordon McCready who did develop this. Yeah. I suppose in summary it's been overtaken by events somewhat. And obviously a new Chief Constable has arrived. We have the local policing service delivery review. We have the pressures on the budget, and the instruction very clearly for ourselves is to reshape and resize Criminal Justice Services Division, as I've already alluded to this morning. So I think that in summary, it's right to review, and we've nodded to that in the document that we'd like to review this early 2024, because I don't want to mislead the committee in any shape or form that we're able to deliver against this when actually we've changed direction slightly. It's not a 180, but it's a slight change of direction, and I suppose even in terms of terminology. There are some issues within the report, and Nikki will pull out the highlights, and we're conscious of time, so we'll not labour it, but there are some issues that are now business as usual, the likes of naloxone. I think we can safely say is business as usual within the custody environment. The estates, we now have a national estate strategy of which I sit on that group, supported by Nikki as well, so that's mainstreamed. But there are more prominent system-wide issues that I think the committee would be very interested in, and I think that's the work of the CJ Improvement Group, and I would like to air that with the committee at some stage in an appropriate form and format. So we'll look and we'll work with Scott in the new year around reviewing this, and Tom McMahon around reviewing this document. But I'll say no more on it at the moment, and I'll hand over to Nikki just to give you an update on where we are at the moment. Thank you.
Okay, thank you.
Thanks, ACC.
Nikki.
Thanks, Chair. Again, I'll not go through the whole document. Obviously, as outlined by the ACC, it's an update in terms of the 5-year vision. The naloxone elements that have already been touched on are very much business as usual, and have already referred to the work ongoing to look at the support of CJ PCSOs in terms of the carriage of that. Some significant work, though, in the north of the country around developing the medication-assisted treatment pilot, and a significant uptake in take-home naloxone, and an increase in bloodborne virus testing, which obviously is very welcoming to see. There's a number of areas through this report, though, that show the detail and the level of partnership working within CJSD, and the need to continue that regardless of our kind of reshape and resize moving forward. It's completely acknowledged we can't do this in isolation, one within internally in terms of Police Scotland, but two in terms of our critical partners across COPFS and SCTS. So work continues in terms of referrals, ensuring that we've got an appropriate referral mechanism in place that supports the information security officer, and that we're dealing with the elements of consent, but ensuring people get the kind of right support to prevent reoffending. Ongoing training and support of our staff. We've spoken about an increase in assaults, and I think it's right to highlight that custody staff obviously are not exempt to that and deal with people at their most vulnerable time. So we're working with officer safety training around a bolt-on to OST specifically for CGSD staff. The leadership and training element and kind of continued ongoing support of our staff I've already spoken about in terms of engagement sessions, wider CPD, and we do a lot across CGSD in terms of upskill and supporting our staff with e-bulletins and briefings and such like. Probably one of the big parts that we've touched on today already is around the CJ Relaunch Act, how it is interconnected to all of the things that we've spoken about, the need to ensure that we understand the necessity and proportionality for arrest, and then moreover actually the reason for holding people for custody, and what we're actually asking the court to do with those individuals, whether that's a request for a remand, or indeed a condition that we're unable to impose within custody suites. So a lot of work in that space for me across CGSD, linked to ultimately our kind of future operating model. And then again, I've touched on this already, Chair, but the launch of the version 2 of the dashboard, and again, there's been an update around DPU and actually what's being provided. It's really vital that we understand the data from CGSD in terms of the people, the throughput, repeat offenders, how we're linking in with local policing, and then more into our middle office function around data record managements and productions. Significant estates challenges, which I'm not going to rehearse, but that obviously includes our space around productions, and there is work ongoing in terms of upskilling and multi-skilling our staff, as well as considering that kind of digitisation of productions and what that actually might look like. And I will be delighted to bring updates to future meetings for yourself, Chair, and the rest of the committee. I'll probably pause there. I said I didn't want to read through the whole report, and I've probably given you too much, so I apologise, but just some of the highlights in terms of where we are.
Yeah, thanks. Thanks very much for that. Can I open it up for comment, question to members?
Okay. Alistair, Tom here.
Yeah. Tom.
I've got my hand, just in case you missed me.
Sorry, I didn't see the hand up.
I thought that's why I said. Look, it's really good. The bit that was really interesting from the Joint Research and Evidence Forum perspective is the work that you're doing along with Public Health Scotland around a custody and health custody dashboard, and I'm just wondering if there's, I mean, that using the data across the sector as well is so important going forward and novel actually when you see what's the situation elsewhere. Is there opportunity there for CIPR or some research within that to determine just what is needed, give us more evidence of what is needed going forward?
Yeah, thanks, Tom. I think absolutely there's opportunity for us to look at the data, what it means for us as an organisation, what it means across the partnership. The ACC's in regular communication with partners around removing some of the barriers around some of this data, not just in terms of the individuals, but also in terms of actually the wider process of criminal justice, what that means for us across the whole kind of justice sector, specifically in relation to individuals and timelines. And really importantly, Tom, coming back to providing resolution as early as possible for victims, but also to be fair for offenders, and actually not kind of dragging out justice processes for significant amounts of time, which have adverse impact on individuals and potentially might see reoffending. So there's a number of areas I think linked to that data, not just maybe the individuals that are coming through custody, but also actually what it means for us across the country and how we can potentially try and get upstream and actually prevent, redirect, signpost individuals to actually influence the prevention of crime. So we'll take all of that on board, Tom, and the plan around the dashboard will be for me to look at that through my internal governance and then have that presented to the ACC and then consider ultimately how we might showcase that in a wider sense.
Can I ask, are you getting access to health data in that, or is it all provided by the police, the data?
Yeah, currently it's internal, but again, I think there is opportunity for us around health and what that might look like. We you know, again, it's been touched on already around the Christie principles and actually the need to just look at that whole person approach and remove some of these barriers. So it's clearly at the front of our minds, and that's some of the stuff we're looking at in terms of referrals.
Okay, Wendy, do you want to come in as well?
Yeah, Chair, just very briefly to add to that and in support of what Nikki is saying, Tom, we'll be coming back, I think, in March in terms of an update on the diversion from prosecution. So the point that you raise is very valid in terms of the Crown will require us to provide additional information in terms of vulnerabilities and drivers for crime so that more informed decisions can be made about rehabilitation and diversion from prosecution. So it all ties in, and I think Nikki's right. We've really been pushing from a Police Scotland perspective to make sure there's systems-wide data and it's as informed as possible, because you can't make really good decisions around diversion if you don't understand what the vulnerabilities are in the first place. So health is a really important aspect of that, but I'm grateful to Nikki and the team for the work that they've already done in developing this. It's quite impressive. Thank you.
Okay, thank you. Would anybody else like to come in, ask a question or make a point?
Chair, Mary here. I wonder if I could ask if there's work being done in relation to neurodiverse people and women coming into custody. I think there was supposed to be more work being done on that.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I'll take that. I've just recently had a number of conversations around neurodiversity in custody and what that means for us. Our ability to ensure that we're providing appropriate support for individuals that are coming in, and actually being on the front foot around asking some of those questions around neurodiversity, as opposed to maybe kind of any other concerns that might have been a kind of catch-all. So I'm in conversations already in relation to that. There's some funding and a pilot in relation to individuals in prison around neurodiversity, support for mentorship and to prevent reoffending. And I've actually asked if there's opportunity for us to bring that into the custody environment. So just to probably reassure you, those conversations are all ongoing, and it's definitely kind of one of the top items that we're progressing in that neurodiversity space.
Thank you very much. That's helpful.
Okay. So thank you again for the paper and for the responses. Very helpful to get that update. And I think right at the outset, Wendy, you paid, you recognised and you complimented your predecessors. You know, we set an improvement path in place, and you've come a long way along this, but the world around us has changed. And I think you recognise that. So I think I heard you saying that, you know, this is the time when it's not a 180 turn, but you know, it's time to refresh it. So you know, we really do appreciate that. And I think, you know, from the conversation, from the paper, the complexities are recognised, the interdependencies are recognised, but also the practicalities, you know, of making genuine progress. So I look forward to seeing all of that as you progress this, and thank you for the work. Okay, so we've got an hour to go. That was my version of a pep talk, and we've got 4 papers to cover, so hopefully we've got plenty of time to do all these papers justice. 4.4, that's what we're on to now, and it's the SVRU vision and direction. And again, we have ACC David Duncan, who's going to speak to this paper, which is for discussion.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. So very quickly, the paper introduces the new head of the Scottish Violence Reduction Unit, appointed in September this year, following a bit of a gap between the head of unit. So Jimmy Paul is that individual, a lot of experience, and there's a bit of a background to that. His task is to set a new vision for the SVRU, which is a key element in our violence prevention approach. And as I mentioned earlier, it needs to be set in the context of the changing landscape for violence in Scotland. So he's got that very much in his sights, and recognises the broader kind of policy landscape as well. So recognising the promise, children within the system, traumatic experience, adverse childhood experiences, etc., with a lot of collaboration with partners as he develops that going forward. So this is tied into the granting and fund allocation, which is made by the Scottish Government annually. And Jimmy will continue to work with the team to produce that going forward. So the offer is effectively to keep you cited on that as it develops and involve you very closely in that in terms of views. So that's a sort of quick overview.
Appreciate that. Thank you very much for the paper and the overview. Can I open this up to questions? And I see the first person I have is Michelle Miller.
Thanks, Chair. Thanks for the report. I suppose it's just, I mean, I knew about the unit, but it's kind of brought it to the forefront of my thinking, really. And it's helpful to see that. But I just wonder, well, a couple of questions. The first is, as I understand it, it's part of Police Scotland, but funded separately by the Scottish Government. Is that kind of broadly right? And if that's right, does that mean that funding is protected from some of the challenges that we know that we have in relation to Police Scotland's budget? So that's one kind of practical question. But the other question is really whether it might be possible to have some more information about some of the programmes and some of the work, and particularly the impact that the unit is having in terms of reducing violence. Because I think, again, you know, we've heard today about some of the increases in antisocial behaviour, but actually that is also potentially quite violent. You know, the assaults on police officers, a whole range of other things. And I think would be really helpful, not necessarily to this committee. I don't know where might be the appropriate place to see that, but just to see some more detail about the work of the unit and the impact that it has, and just have a bit more information around it.
Thanks. So the first question, yeah, the funding is allocated by the Scottish Government based on a delivery programme from the Violence Reduction Unit, which is basically approved. They do sit within Police Scotland, integral partner of Police Scotland, but due to the nature of the business, they operate slightly differently. The second question, happy to give you whatever information would be helpful at whatever forum. We can invite Jimmy along once he's had a bit of a development of the strategy, if that would suit.
Yeah, that would be really helpful, and maybe we could have that conversation offline in terms of where would be the best place for that. That would be really helpful. Thank you.
Ideal.
Would anybody else like to come in? And Tom Halpin?
When the Violence Reduction Unit was established, and probably when it was its most prominent, and we saw the very significant reductions in serious violence, particularly homicide, it was really closely aligned at the hip with public health, and particularly the work of Dr. Harry Burns. That relationship to public health and violence reduction, has that been maintained in the current structure, or did it sort of fall away a bit when post holders moved over and all sorts of things, people retired? It's because the lesson of the establishment of violence reduction unit was based on moving to a public health approach. And although that's in the language, the reality is in the relationships, and just checking where that is.
Yeah, so the ethos remains, so it's a public health model that they apply, but I think you're right in the observation that some relationships have changed, I suppose. So Dr. Burns was very focused on sort of gangs profile in Glasgow, and that was his background as a GP. The model was very focused on that, and I think as time has changed and Dr. Burns retired, we probably need to re-establish some of these connections in the more modern context, but still recognising that this is a public health approach, and public health approach is something that we continue to develop within the portfolio that ACC Gary Ritchie had commenced, and I will continue in this role.
Does this committee, in terms of governance and performance, have a role?
I would see your role as like sense checking our direction of travel, and probably giving perspectives from your own experience around whether our direction of travel is strategic enough in terms of this profile, because you'll see the statistics, the emerging threats and changes. So yeah, I would see you having a key role.
Thanks very much, Dave.
Yeah, thanks very much. I really appreciate the paper, you know, the refresh that's taken place, and it comes down to that we need to tie this into what's happening on the ground, in terms of, you know, the amount of violence that's occurring, you know, in Scotland, and does the investment in this, does the approach that this take, you know, does it help us to hopefully reduce this, because it's something that so many of you will know so much more about this than I do. But all my life, violence, unfortunately, has been something that is associated with Scotland, and it's not something any of us are proud of. So to see, you know, it being reduced is a great aspiration for us. So I value the updates, and I look forward to tying it into what the outcomes will be in the future. I'd like to see that reduction. I think we all would. Okay, you got a slight break here, David, and I see you have ACC Gary Ritchie has appeared on screen. Thank you, Gary. We move on to 4.5, which is the operational use of tasers, an update, and it's yourself, Gary, to lead on this, and it's a report for discussion.
Yes, thanks, Chair. Afternoon, everybody. Nice to see you all. I won't say much about the paper. It's fairly self-explanatory and gives some details about the deployment of specially trained officers, the uses of taser, breakdowns of some of the demographic of those that have been subject to taser use by police officers, and some performance data around about that. And also a confirmation that we are on track to reach our target in April 2024 of having 2,000 police officers taser trained, specially trained officers as unknown. As I say, all the information's in there. I will assume that people have had a chance to look at the paper and read it, and happy to take any questions on that.
Yeah, thanks, Gary. Appreciate that. Yes, we've all read it. So I'll open it up for questions, comments. Tom Harper, you've got your hand up.
Yeah, I mean, one of the issues that you raise is the attrition rate, people moving on, and can training keep up with that. And obviously with the pause in training, we're seeing also there'll be a backlog to overcome in terms of public order training and officer safety training, etc. How resilient is our capability with taser in light of those experiences?
Excuse me. Well, I should say, thanks, Tom. I should say at the outset, some of the specialist training we're maintaining to a degree so that we don't lose our capability. Same with the taser training as well, so to keep our kind of minimum standard going. But we will continue to train with the expectation that we're going to hit our target and have 2,000 officers, specially trained officers by April. So we've got a kind of special dispensation, if you like, from Mr. Spears. I don't know if he's on the call still, but in order to make sure that we maintain our specialist capabilities.
Okay, that's really helpful to hear that, and as part of the complexity, isn't it, of managing the organisation at this current time, and it's good to hear that this has been given the specialist capability has been given a special dispensation, if that's the right word, to carry on. I've got Michelle Miller.
Thanks, Chair. It was just a question around the two investigations in relation to the use of the taser for under 18s. And I just wondered where that investigation gets reported. Is it just within Police Scotland, or does it come to the SPA? Or and then secondly, well, have there been any others that have resulted in recommendations in terms of different action, or and how might you have taken that on board if there have been?
I mean, it'll be the resultant investigation will be reported to Police Scotland, but I believe the PERT reports are also made public. They're published publicly on their website as well, so everyone can see them. I'm sorry, Michelle, I don't know the answer to your second question. It's just no, I'm still hiding behind the excuse I haven't just taken up post. I think I'm within 3 months, so it still counts, that excuse. But I'll certainly find out that information for you and try and get back to you on it.
Okay. Anybody got any further questions or comments for Gary? No. Again, Gary, this is something that's really important, and obviously the Chief Constable mentioned at the board last week the potential to increase I'm looking for the right word here, the number of officers that would have tasers available to them as part of a complex approach to reducing assaults on police officers. So it's really important that we're kept up to date on where we are, and if there are any changes or future developments, we need to make sure that there's proper scrutiny exercised over that. So appreciate your time coming along and speaking to this paper today, and look forward to hearing more in the future.
My pleasure, thank you.
Okay, we move on to 4.6. So we've got 4.61 and 4.62. So 4.61 first, which is the operational use of stop and search update. Stop and search related complaints about the police. And I did say that the ACC, David Duncan, was getting a short break. It was a short break, but welcome back, David, again for you to lead, and it's a report for discussion.
Yeah, I did say he'd be sick of the sight of me, so hopefully we're getting there now. So yeah, the paper is as described. So it gives a background to changes to the complaints about the police system, Centurion, that we've made to ensure that we properly categorise complaints related to stop and search, and they don't get lost in the system, because it has been such a contentious issue. There's lots of elements of public confidence wrapped up within it, and there's a need to be completely transparent in terms of scrutiny. So effectively the paper gives an overview of that change. The quality assessment has also noted, and it gives brief figures in terms of 21, 22, 23 and 34, with a fluctuation in numbers of complaints relating to allegations involving a stop and search. So in conclusion, effectively with those changes, we are far more satisfied that we are on top of all complaints that relate to stop and search, and that the figures correlate with Centurion and the National Stop and Search database. So it's effectively, hopefully, just to provide that reassurance to the committee.
Thank you. Can I open it up? Questions, comments? Michelle.
Yeah, thanks, Chair. I mean, I think it's really useful to see this. I suppose my question, though, is that it's quite a descriptive paper descriptive of process, and I'm just wondering about some of the learning that comes from the complaints, whether they're upheld or not, and how that learning impacts on training, protocol, procedures, etc. So it's really more the kind of substance and how you use that and the difference that makes, rather than a description of the process, that I'd be really interested in.
Yeah, again, happy to look at what detail we can provide around that. There's one example given in the paper which I did research prior to this meeting. So just by way of example, the two officers there, it was effectively poor practice as opposed to like profiling or stereotyping, if you like. But some of that practice does lead to a loss of confidence, particularly with minority ethnic communities. So there was corrective training put in place there, and additional guidance issued through our stop and search unit, through the divisional coordinators, just to make sure that people do recognise what reasonable cause is effectively. So we'll use learning like that. Other bits and pieces are, the bits that have been upheld in general terms are things like not issuing a stop search receipt, and then somebody makes a complaint and it's like lack of procedure, which again is something that's totally avoidable. So we can bring more detail to the committee just around that to flesh it out, if that would be of interest.
Yeah, thank you. That would be appreciated. Tom.
Yep. David, the reporting of stop and search widely in England, Wales, and UK services like BTP, along with the numbers, give disproportionality ratios. And you've just talked there about minoritized communities, etc. Is there an ability to do that here?
There is, and again, at the dashboard that I'll talk about shortly is a way that we'll portray that more publicly. But yeah, we can break that into ethnicity, age, several different characteristics that we record through the National Stop Search system. The difficulty we have is probably just in terms of certain groups, the numbers are really low. So disproportionality can be perceived when actually it's just a slight fluctuation in actual numbers, given the demographics of some of our communities. But we can report on it.
Yeah. Okay. Does anybody have any final questions on this? Again, appreciate the paper and the update, and I think you had a segue there into the next paper. So stay with yourself, David.
Yep. Thank you. So the next paper is really, in essence, an overview of what we're trying to do to become more transparent about publicising stop and search figures publicly. So we already publish figures, but they are kind of raw data. The intention here is to produce a bit of a dashboard, which is part of our stop search improvement plan, and allow the public to see at a glance what our kind of trend information is. So that's been done through our data scientist with further work to finalise the dashboard before it actually goes live. And we plan to take the dashboard to the NISAG, National Independent Strategic Advisory Group, just for a look at particularly around diversity. Because again, as I mentioned, we can go into filters that show ethnicity data, etc. So on that basis, we will hopefully go live with that once we take the final consultation from NISAG. I know the SPA has been involved in the development of the dashboards as we've gone through the workshop. So again, thanks for the support on that. And again, happy to take any questions.
Any questions or comments? No, I think really we just welcome that, you know, the dashboards and that improved public transparency that they will bring. So I think really the comment is we're supportive of the approach that's being taken. Okay.
I appreciate that. Thank you.
No problems. I think that brings us to the end of the agenda. Does anybody have any final points to make or any other competent business to be raised? No. It's a long agenda, always is, but can I say I can't overstate the importance of it, and I really appreciate the work that goes into it. And I think what this particular committee does is it draws to the surface in a very public way, you know, the excellent work that has been done for the people of Scotland by Police Scotland, and also highlights the areas that you're working on to improve further. So thank you for all of that. If I could just ask SPA colleagues to stay on for 5 minutes. With that, I shall close the meeting. Thank you.